Right. Hello, everybody. Would like to thank you for coming onto the video. So, for context, we actually had a video prior, but unfortunately, it didn't record. But hopefully, now we've got everything set up. So, this one's going to be maybe quicker, a lot smoother. So, as Evan has said, it's more of a trial run. I'd like to introduce somebody who's very knowledgeable in his area of expertise concerning Byzantine arms and armor, earlier Roman, and also kind of surrounding states as well, too, in the medieval period. Evan Schultheis. How are you doing, Evan?
Hi, I'm doing great. So my name's Evan Schultheis. I
Schultheis.
have a degree, a master's in history from Winthrop University. I specialized in Byzantine arms and armor for my master's thesis. I'm excited to be here and appreciate your time.
Okay, great. So I think we'll start off with kind of the origin point. So in terms of disclaimer, what we'll do is we'll do I think a really good way to structure this compared to last time is to kind of look at several myths that we spoke about previously to kind of get that out of the way and then go into arms and armor. So, because I think breaking the myths would be very useful for kind of public view in order to get people educated on it because there's a lot of myths around. But I think the first question which we discussed was what was it that inspired you to get into Byzantine's arms and armor? Because it's a very niche subject. Not a lot of people do it, and it doesn't have a lot of exposure compared to classical and imperial Rome.
Yeah, so I first started with history, like many of us did with a mix of the History Channel back when it was actually about history, and then a lot of the classic video games, Age of Empires 2, Rome Total War, Medieval 2 Total War, Europa Universalis 3, etc. I initially went into late antiquity, you know, reign of Diocletian to Heraclius, let's call that. Um, and I wrote my first book on Flavius Aetius and the Battle of the Catalaunian Fields. And that was what excited me. It's what I did on my undergrad. But as time wore on, I realized that there was a lot of work being done in this field. And I was getting more and more interested in the archaeology side rather than the history side. So I ended up slowly shifting later and later into eventually what we consider the Middle Byzantine period, because there's just, as you said, there's not a lot of people working in this field. There's not a lot of work being done in this field. There's a lot of work that needs to be done in this field. There's just a lot of room for growth and to put forward new ideas and have conversations people haven't had before. That's sort of what drew me to it ultimately. There's a lot of room for me as a scholar and for new things to be discovered.
No, definitely, and I understand things are being discovered at the moment, but it's very much still in a lot of places in its early stages. So to kind of get down to brass tacks, and I say this question with all due respect, as I said last time, why compared to other places, there's been mixed ups in Western Europe with depictions in media to do with arms and armor, but the academia is usually pretty solid. The Oakshop typology, English arms and armor, Tobias Capwell, the whole 9 yards, if you know that sort of stuff, which I'm very sure you're very knowledgeable about. But when it comes to Eastern Rome and Byzantium, like it's to put it very bluntly, a clusterfuck of information. Why is it such a clusterfuck, and why are there so many misinterpretations and misunderstandings, and why is it such an ambiguous field where things aren't very clear and there's a lot of confusion that happens?
I think it comes from two angles here. One, of course, is the fact that we lost a lot from early archaeology or excavations, where just the layers before the classical layers, where, this is a part of the world where it relies heavily on tourism dollars. So getting down to that Roman villa or that Greek mosaic matters a lot. So a lot of that information isn't just valued and recorded as thoroughly, especially if you go back to the actual excavations of the Athenian Acropolis or Corinth or Thebes, where there were whole Byzantine cities on top of these cities that were basically just blasted almost like they did with Troy or Mycenae. Um, so there's a big part of it's just information loss that we don't have the foundation a lot of other fields were able to build off of, especially like Roman archaeology. Um, And the other angle of it is just that a lot of European arms and armor studies, really in the past 20 years, it's only been transitioning from an art history discipline to an archaeology discipline. And when Byzantine arms and armor studies was viewed through that lens up until like the last 20 years as an art history discipline, I think that's a big reason why it is the way it is. Because Orthodox art, which there have been some phenomenal works on the art historical discipline and Byzantine studies and Byzantine world and Orthodox art. Um, in terms of the arms and armor aspect of it, it's just it's been taken a little too literally. It hasn't really been critically evaluated. And then combine that with just, again, it's the lack of the archaeology. We have to rely heavily on surrounding cultures. So we need to make some guesses and assumptions. And those are maybe bad words, but the comparative methodology of comparing what the actual archaeology from Byzantium is and what the art history and the texts say to the surrounding areas has been just kind of poor in general. So I think that's the big reasons. Um, Part of it does come from the reenacting aspect as well, and that's not to say that the advances made by people like Beatson and Timothy Dawson in the reenactment community weren't important or significant. They did help move things forward in terms of accuracy and realism. But also, there's just certain things that have stayed as holdovers, uh, based on certain perceptions or just not critically evaluating, or reenactors often like to copy other reenactors because they think this guy's kit looks great, I'm going to copy that. They don't really think about the primary sources. So I think that just kind of pervades and bleeds over into the academic side of things, where maybe they're impressed by what this reenactor has done without really realizing that this reenactor might not have done as much research as they should have, or something like that. So I think there's a lot of interaction between multiple different aspects of the problem that is going on. Um, and I think that's really where we are at now, and sort of just cutting that knife through that, like you said, that cloudiness of what things really, what the archaeology really says, what the text really say, and whether or not we can trust those texts even.
Yeah, definitely. And if I recall, you've been into reenactment for quite a while. So
Yeah, yeah.
yeah. So you've probably seen firsthand of all the practical difficulties that come into it. You know, whether what people bring, what people kind of regurgitate as information as well. So in that sense, what are the kind of the most frustrating aspects you found with reenactment to do with? Yeah, it can be Byzantine arms and armor, but in general as well.
I mean, a lot of the frustrating aspects of it are the things that I did as a reenactor. I went into reenactment in 2010, with Legion 6 Ferrata here in South Carolina. I started with loaner kit gear, which was for Legion 6 Ferrata and for its time was actually very good. The loaner kit gear was. Um, and for those of you that are reenactors in the audience, you probably know that loaner kit gear can be pretty wide in its degree of accuracy, but it gets people started and gets people into a discipline that's otherwise really financially prohibitive to get into. So, and the financial prohibitiveness of reenactment is ultimately, I think, what drives a lot of the problems. Um, you just have a lot of people where the first step they take is they want to buy the arms and armor first, and that's expensive, so they decide to go cheap, and the cheap stuff isn't good. Um, and I was one of those people that did that. I made that mistake. The other aspect is, a lot of people really need to do their reading and understand some basics of art historical methodology and textual methodology and archaeological methodology in order to really research their impression. And maybe that's more of a living history thing than a reenactment thing. We're getting a little into sort of definitions and what the field is trying to achieve. Um, but if you're a reenactor and you don't necessarily want to do those things. And I don't think every reenactor should have to do those things. You really should be sticking by a set of best practices and an authenticity guide like a group like Regia and Glorum has. And a lot of people don't do that. They again, they want to do what's cool or unusual versus what we're trying to portray for the most part is what was most common. So, there's definitely a methodological aspect of reenactment, I think, combined with just the financial aspect of trying to overcome those barriers to be able to start this hobby. That just comes together and creates the frustrating aspects like very badly built armor or um, just bad cut and loose fitting clothing or just like the lack of knowledge about all the other things that made these, because we mostly reenact military, but soldiers were people. They lived in communities. They did things other than soldiering even when they were professionals. And so there's just the lack of that aspect too that really keeps in an audience, I think. um so I think those are the sort of the big frustrating aspects, and then you that just causes that bleed over and that perpetuation of certain biases or inaccuracies over time.
Yeah, and I think people who don't do reenactment, and I see this a lot in the Discord that we're in to do with Byzantium, don't necessarily understand how hyper specific some criteria is, even for reenactment. So it might have been, for example, the type of socks or hose that people wore. It's made out of a type of linen or cotton. It's specifically hyper localized to one historical era, but there's only some surviving finds, so we don't know if it's subject to change. It's like comparing an early 1900s suit to a modern day suit with synthetics. There's
I
something, but if in 2000 years time somebody might not be mindful of that as well. So doing archaeology, I don't know what necessarily your exposure is to going to other countries, because when we talk about Eastern Rome, we talk about the former some of the Balkan territories, European Turkey, Anatolian Turkey, Greece. So with these, and I've found this as well, a lot of difficulty trying to get any sort of clarification or information, because a lot of these are very departmentalized and government owned. So, for example, the Siafu Mubarak collection in the Topkapi Museum, which is the a number of swords designated to the Prophet Muhammad, and also certain figures within the Quran and also companions. And trying to talk to the Topkapi Museum was trying to get blood out of a stone. So it'd be interesting for a lot of people to know the difficulties that you may have faced in this regard with trying to, go to a department in the Greek government. I don't know if there's any private enterprises, but can you give us an indication of kind of what that's like?
Mhm. Yeah, so the Greek government's been pretty cooperative in the times I've contacted museums or other departments. It just depends on who you're contacting, which is why I usually try and find out, like, because what you really want to do is you want to find out who the people are, right? And so I reached out directly. I figured out who the curator was or who they probably were. Reached out directly, or with Cyprus. I think I reached out to the actual just archaeological department of the government, and they put me through to the museum. But oftentimes that doesn't happen. Some of it's that the email gets lost in a mountain of others. It's a major department for a major country, getting a lot of information, and sometimes they're just not going to prioritize someone that they either the email gets lost or they take a look and it's like, well, this is just some guy, which is why it helps to have credentials and to say, especially if you are affiliated with a university, they're going to take you a little more seriously. Um, some countries have just been very difficult, obviously because of language barrier. A lot of us are relying on Translate. I don't know Bulgarian. Many of my Bulgarian friends rely on Translate to communicate with me as well. Um, so that can also be a difficulty, although it helps to have connections when it comes to a lot of the Slavic speaking countries. Um, being friends with certain people who are prominent in those countries as in their field, they will they can get you access or get you just make the connection, make the introduction, that kind of thing. Just like, being in a business circle or business community in the United States, a guy who's in banking, and he's like, yeah, I can make the connection with this guy from this other banking company for you. Just here's let's set up an appoint a lunch or whatever, right? Um, it's that same kind of thing in a way. Um, in terms of doing archaeology, I've excavated in Israel. This was before the recent war and the genocide there. Um, I wasn't like any big guy. I was just the guy in the trench with the shovel, right? Uh, but that was a great experience. The Israel Antiquities Authority and their government are very big on archaeology because of mostly nationalistic reasons, but they are pretty cooperative. There are things they do get upset about. It's a mountain of paperwork if you find human remains, but that's true of pretty much any country. It's one of the worst things that can happen in an archaeological dig, actually. But
Mm.
um, but overall, my experience has been pretty okay. Turkey is the one country where I've really had trouble trying getting in contact with anyone. Which you mentioned the Topkapi Museum. I've tried to get in contact with some of the Cappadocian area. Well, like I think it's what's the one in Karaman province? I'm
Mm.
blanking on the name, but they've got a lot of the Anatolian mummies there, and I've tried. There's apparently a lot of data and studies they've actually done on like the textiles from these mummies that's not online and is really hard to find. And I've tried getting in contact with them. I've tried to get in contact with the excavators of Manzikert. Um, Supposedly it's where the Battle Manzikert is supposed to have taken place. I know a few things about it from my connections with people who attend conferences, but I've never been able to get in contact with the excavators or the museums doing the excavations, or the universities doing the excavations. Um, so yeah, that's just been the challenge. I don't 100% know in that particular case, if it has to do with something like the government's goals or nationalism, that's a big thing that impacts archaeology. But Manzikart's a great Turkish victory
Mm.
in that country, so you'd really think they'd be super cooperative about something like that. They don't really seem to be. So, it's really hard to say
No,
in
fair
that
enough.
in that case, yeah.
No, fair enough. And I think even places where there's sort of a Greece is very weird because there's sort of a detraction from Eastern Rome, but a certain fetishization of it. I tend to find. I call it a shadow, but not a shadow. It's something that you live in the shadow of it, but you kind of are two ways about it. But I think we had this conversation previously where it's like, for example, the Parthenon. Like I went to 2 years ago to Athens, and you go to the Parthenon, and it's got the skinny on all the details. It's got finds there, a whole museum, remains, statues that may or may not have been part of the Parthenon itself, but there's such a wide variety. And then there's one specific small section to the Parthenon as a church, which continued for a long time. And it's weird because the Parthenon as a church arguably was longer than the Parthenon as a temple and a bank to ancient Athens where you deposited things. So it's kind of weird to see that even in a nation state where they have some sort of intrinsic value attached to Eastern Rome, there's still that perception where there's not a lot of attention, and you kind of see where the money is located and where the money goes as well.
Mhm. Yeah, that's very true. For a lot of Greeks, especially here with Greek immigrants in the United States and Canada, they very much receive this history as an active part of their current culture because it is orthodoxy. they don't necessarily view it as dead. They just view it through a very specific lens. Um, that can create its own barriers, of course, and its own biases. There is a divide between Western and Greek scholarship in some areas on Byzantine history because of things like this, especially with the question of like Greek versus Roman identity. A lot of Greek scholars say, well, it wasn't a distinct Roman identity. The majority of people, Roman was actually really a cosmopolitan term that you wouldn't find outside major cities. That's an argument that's been put forward in some of the major works in the 90s and early 2000s. Um, for example, versus like Western scholarship, which is saying, well, when you start looking at a lot of these texts, obviously, you've got um, Digenes Acritas, Charicles and Rhodamne, I believe it's called. Um, they're some of the Byzantine romances of the 12th, 13th century, where you're starting to see the Greek identity, the modern Greek identity, really start to emerge. Um, they these are people it's marketed to these texts are for people in the provinces outside of the cities, rural areas, told orally, etc. And they call themselves Romans. And this is a term you see in. We don't have a lot of like in provincial inscriptions and that kind of thing from the Byzantine period, like we do from the Roman period. At least not outside stuff like lead seals, official material. But when they do pop up, you see the term all the time. Um, so this is, and it's one of those issues that just ties directly into the question of like how it's received today among the modern Greek people and, the modern nationalist built Greek identity, right? Coming straight out of the early 19th century with Napoleon, modeling off of that and how he created a unifying French identity. Um, so, and that reception of this period, I don't think, and I'm speaking as a non-Greek, obviously, but I don't think the Greek people necessarily devalue it themselves. They just value it in a very different way, um, than someone like me who, as an archaeologist and historian, values it as a specific interest for my professional career or even as a hobbyist necessarily.
Yeah, and just kind of a small story. So both my parents are Greek Cypriot, but they met in the UK, so it's very weird. But I read Caldelis's work on Roman land and the new Roman Empire, and I asked him like very sincerely, like do you still use the ethnonym Romeos? And which isn't an ethnonym, it's a citizenship term, I guess. But and he says no, we don't say that, but we say the term Romios, which is the ethnonym. But funny enough, he didn't think it meant Roman. He attributed it to Aphrodite through the myth. So it's quite funny to see kind of where the modern identity is. Like to him, there's no Roman attribute to the ethnonym. It's just
Right.
Romios is Romios, whatever. Yeah, so I thought that was very interesting. So it's interesting to see how it kind of survives. So going back to kind of arms and armor, there are a lot of issues with depictions to do with arms and armor, and there's big debates on late warrior saints, late Byzantine warrior saints. There's aspects which are reliable. So, for example, certain leather jerkings, certain padded armor, certain swords. I've seen murals or depictions which show Byzantine warrior saints with what are essentially Hungarian sabers. So there's an aspect of realism. But at the same time, I've seen and I've read this idea that there's a lot of artistic impressions that don't kind of conform to reality in the way that we would understand it today. And I think there's a distinction, maybe more provincial depictions will be far more realistic than, say, the core, like Constantinople, where it might be more classical and stylized. And for people who are more curious about this, it would be the difference between provincial depictions in the Roman Empire compared to, say, the column of Marcus Aurelius or Trajan's column, where you see specific armor types like Roman legionaries who have rectangular shields, lorica segmentata, and then Auxiliaries have oval shields and the male armor as well. So I'd like it would be interesting to hear you kind of go through this and explain kind of why it's so convoluted to an outside perspective and what the issues are when we look at this sort of thing.
Yeah, so first of all, there's a couple of great books on this topic by Henry Maguire, like Other Icons and Sacred Shock and Icons of Their Bodies. Um, about specifically the iconography and how we receive it. Um, so the warrior saint model is sort of the big thing everyone knows for art iconography and Byzantine arms and armor. There's other depictions, of course. Most of these are in a religious context. There's a couple of secular depictions. They're pretty rare, though. Obviously, the Madrid Skylitzes manuscript's kind of the big secular one, but it's not really a Byzantine manuscript. It's a mid-12th century Sicilian illumination, and so there's a lot of cultural fusion going on there. It makes it a little unreliable, like a little bit of an unreliable narrator in terms of like the depictions of arms and armor and that kind of thing. But it also has some really interesting things going on in it that still make it worth looking at. And the warrior saint model originates in the fourth century. It starts more or less as the triumphal horseman model, the triumphal emperor on horseback, like the great the reliefs of Justinian the First and his lost obviously his lost column where it had him on horseback on top with the great feathered tufa crown. Um, there's also it technically does go further back. It goes back to depictions of some of the fusion Hellenistic, Egyptian gods. So, what is it? Like Mercury and I forget what the Egyptian equivalent is, but a lot of it goes back to depictions of that, and then there's some influence coming from other areas like Roman military tombstones and others. So the full picture of how it emerges still isn't exactly clear, but we have a pretty good idea of sort of how this emerges and evolves. And then you have two major breaks in that tradition. So the first real warrior saint images start popping up in, like I said, the fourth century with Solomon and Sicinius, and then you start getting George, Theodore, a couple of other early ones in the end of the sixth century. The Vinicocale ceramics show Saint George slaying the dragon, for example. It's one of the earliest depictions of that. Um, and then you get the break with iconoclasm, obviously. Um, what that does is it actually really allows the model to develop because of the break in the artistic tradition. Um, it allows for a very conservative tradition to actually introduce new elements, new styles, new ways of using space, light, and form in a way that it usually does not. Um, so as a result, you start seeing the development of the the Middle Byzantine warrior saint starting in the ninth century, breaks out in the 10th century. And part of this is because a lot of these saints become patronaged by major Anatolian families, so they're seen as like the protector of that family, just like you had the Lares as the protector of the household back in ancient Rome. It's not exactly the same thing. Obviously, icons are very different, especially in the religious aspect. But you start seeing like these patrons or protectors of these major families, and they start sponsoring the art work. And a lot of these are Anatolian families, Cappadocian families, which is a lot of these warrior saints first appear in a lot of the Cappadocian rock cut churches of the 10th century, and especially the 11th. And then it takes on that imperial program slowly during that time. Hausios Lucas is probably the best example, obviously, of the early imperial warrior saint program. And then you get this development of naturalism is introduced in Byzantine philosophical thought and religious thought really in the 11th century, and that starts translating to the art. So you start seeing more naturalistic poses, you start seeing a slight increase in realism, because it is mimetic. Um, as a model, the warrior saint has to be mimetic because the first depiction of the saint by the saint's portraiture, um, or by the saint's painter, is supposed to be the real depiction of that saint. So all of the features of that have to be very precisely and formulaically copied to each icon afterwards. Um, because otherwise it's not a real image. And then, of course, in Orthodox theology, Byzantine Orthodox theology, that would be confirmed by a vision of the likeness of the saint, which would then be compared to the original icon the painter copied in order to confirm that his copy of the painting was authentic, right? And this is why you never see certain things like, well, not never, but almost never see certain things like helmets, especially anything with a visor would never be used in an icon because it would cover the features of the face that allow you to tell Saint George from Saint Theodore, um, or that kind of thing. The other aspect of it is so that realism increases over time, and then in the late 12th century, you start to see the shift in the late 12th century, really, because it starts happening kind of in the 1180s, 1190s, but it's really after 1204 that you start seeing a new introduction of these different styles, forms, etc. in the warrior saint model because of the Latin occupation. There's another break in the artistic tradition. You know, a lot of artists obviously got displaced in Constantinople when it was sacked. You had people killed, captured, etc. But you have also got the introduction of Latin artists coming from the West, so they're bringing with them their own styles and influences. And you also see a change in the messaging because now you start seeing the introduction of things like the bow and the three arrows, or the bow and the three arrows, coming from a Syriac hagiography of Saint Procopius, which is of how the death of Julian occurred, the pagan Roman emperor, of course. Um, and it's meant as like a symbol for how eventually Orthodoxy and Greek culture, because this is during the emergence of a really Greek unifying Greek identity, um, will eventually overthrow the oppressive Latins and then later the Turks.
Okay.
Um, so as this evolves, it also makes some new decisions about certain things in its formula. So most warrior saints, of course, have attributes that identify them, just like you have the other saintly models, you have the scholar, the scribe, etc., where they're identified by their attributes as well as their facial features. The warrior saint tradition carries a mix of classes, archaicizing or classicizing, as well as contemporary features with its attributes. You have the red tunic of martyrdom, but also like sometimes you'll see muscle cuirasses taken from the classical tradition, just like scribes are always depicted in classical tunics, for example, um, in that model of warrior saint. So but ultimately, the armor seems to become one of these attributes. So that uniquely identifiably Byzantine or Greek armor, just like Lorica segmentata is on Trajan's column, it's a very identifiably Roman armor, becomes an attribute of the saint. And I think that's where we really start to see the loss of fidelity and realism and in the warrior saint iconography of the 13th, especially the 14th centuries.
Okay, so in terms of looking at armor, because I want to try to give the viewer this understanding of if they were to look at a warrior saint, a military Byzantine Orthodox saint, and they could try and figure out for themselves, you know, this is a realistic part, this is a stylized part, this has religious aspects. I mean, is there a kind of method to the madness when you look at this? Because, you know, some of the things are very look very historically accurate. Some things for example, you might see with a specific warrior saint a hair vest or something. And for people
Mm.
who aren't Christian, a hair vest is what John the Baptist wore, which is a symbol of asceticism. Monks would wear hair vests in the desert or whatever. So, is there a kind of way to kind of help the person who's not a historian or not educated on the matter to kind of look at something and go, aha, this is kind of where the distinction lies?
Yeah, so there are some aspects, especially when we look at the late Byzantine saints, which seem to emerge as very specific artistic tropes. So the lamellar motif, which is fairly accurate in the 11th and 12th centuries, going back into the 10th, of course, um, change seems to change its meaning. Um, so the warrior saint, as we know, is their armor represents their spiritual resistance and resilience and steadfastness in the face of their martyrdom, right?
Okay.
That's the point of the armor of the warrior saint. um there's nothing about it that specifically that says it needs to be realistic versus it needs to be symbolic, but I think it becomes more symbolic as sort of the divine image. Well, sorry, that's the wrong word. The emphasis on the divine in warrior saint imagery, because they are a portal to the divine,
Okay.
um, becomes more important in like maintaining a unified Orthodox front in the 13th century. So this lamellar motif, for example, seems to transition and become more of a way of representing that spiritual resistance. And so in Western art, you see scale and feather motifs become what's called feather tides. It's used specifically on angels, and you see this it seems to be a similar phenomenon in Orthodox art where it's emphasized the heavenly nature of the saint, that this saint is an intercessor. It is someone who is giving protection to the Orthodox community. It is a portal through which they can communicate with the divine. And so I think that's one thing in late Byzantine art that you can immediately say, okay, this is very clearly stylized because it has this motif on it, right? Um, that can also be said for a lot of the things that you see, like these very plain, like one sort of one feature armors in late Byzantine art where they don't quite look like muscle cuirasses, but sometimes they do. And a lot of them have like just sort of floral motifs and that kind of thing on them. It may be a similar thing going on. It also might be taken from like Italian export silks or something like that. It's really hard to say. Um, but there's other features as well. Um, a big difference that emerges in 13th and 14th century art is that armor itself becomes very different. Instead of your average person going out onto the battlefield in a male burney, so short sleeves comes down to the middle of the thigh, maybe the knee, um, and then a helmet, usually a conical helmet with an open face and an aventail. You already see them turn the nasals to the side in some pieces, like the Church of St. George Dioscorides and Naxos, where you can see Joshua and then the soldier behind Joshua are both wearing nasal helmets, and they've just got it over here so that way it doesn't block their face in any way. Um, you start seeing closed face helmets. By the 1320s, you've got basically the development of full steel plate limb armor has emerged by that point. Plate cuirasses, so one piece breastplates emerged in the 1360s. So, and that changes the complete composition of the image if you depict that kind of armor because it's bright, shiny steel usually, sometimes with fabric coverings, but it changes the composition of the image to a degree that is just incompatible with Orthodox art. So when you're looking at any late Byzantine piece, you have to realize that this is something that is being depicted in this way because it is compatible with the model of Orthodox art, even if it looks realistic. So, there's the fresco of Saint Mercurius in Ohrid, from 1295, where it shows him wearing a kettle helmet. But that kettle helmet is it's compatible with Orthodox art because it still exposes the entirety of the face. You know, a Roman general of the time might wear a great helmet over on an early, we can call it an early bassinet or a skull cap or cerviliere. Um, you know, they realistically might wear something more like that, which is what Stefan Dusan wore. We know that from the 1200 helmets he ordered from Italy for his army, you know. So there's a couple of other things. Like foot wraps really seem to be a motif associated with these warrior saints that has some symbolic or religious meaning. We don't really see a lot of foot wraps in other depictions from the Byzantine world, like manuscript illuminations. They sometimes appear, especially in the late Byzantine period, but in the like middle Byzantine period, don't really see it outside of warrior saints. So there's something going on with that that I haven't quite figured out. Um, Again, I've already mentioned limb armor almost never appears at all. Some really minor exceptions where you see a scale motif on like the edge of the cuff of a sleeve, that looks like it could be some kind of limb armor, but it might also just be compatible with like the usual gold edges of a lot of red tunics that are portrayed on warrior saints. You know, it's hard to say what's going on with something like that, um, because it just doesn't fit the model. It changes the composition of the image. It hides the red tunic that represents their martyrdom. These are all things to consider when looking at the warrior saint model. Um, Illuminations get a little more interesting if we venture outside the warrior saints for a moment. Um, you see certain things in there, like if we look at what is it? It's not the original. I believe it's called the Smyrna Octatuic, but there's two copies of the same Octatuic, one which was destroyed, one which survives in the Vatican. Um, and you also see this on some things like the Joshua Roll, and a couple of ivories from the 10th century where they wear sort of like this generic leather jerkin looking thing with the so-called Varangian bra
Yeah.
over it. And we'll talk about the Varangian bra later, if I recall correctly. But the so is this also some kind of motive? Is it representing something real? It's outside the warrior saint iconography usually. So what's going on with something like that? Another, you don't see a lot of armored soldiers in manuscript illuminations. A lot of scholars have argued to say that armor was actually quite rare in the Byzantine Empire, but we know from military manuals that at least half the army was expected to have iron armor of some kind, iron or bronze. Bronze armor was still in use, but so like what's going on with that? And so there are some things where we can maybe find some answers. It's possible that any depiction where they're wearing a helmet and a tunic, that might actually be the so-called epilorikion, for example. It might be covering the armor which is worn underneath that garment. You see a lot of things which are stylized into traditional models. So, for example, if you look at, I think it's Canli Kilise, where kaftan, it's the youths laying out their cloaks as Jesus enters Jerusalem, and the the cloaks, when they're worn by the people, are portrayed as cloaks, but when you see them outstretched with their hands, they're actually portrayed as kaftans,
Okay.
which is a really interesting detail that tells us a lot about how things are being transmuted in religious iconography. So there's a lot going on, and it's not easy at all to be able to tell apart what is versus what isn't real. And for some, even with me as someone who's kind of viewed as leaning much more to the hyper, the real, this is not realistic. We need to look outside of it, side of things, or the we can only take like pick and choosing. from different icons, sort of things. It's my interpretation. There's other valid interpretations out there as well. So that's also an aspect that makes it difficult because without the archaeological evidence to back up interpreting these artistic depictions, it is an interpretation, and it's absolutely fair to say that that's up for a debate.
So, getting on to the next subject, this has actually spawned something which I think is a point of interest because some armor seems nonsensical or fantastical, and the one that comes to mind is the infamous mirror armor, famous or infamous depending on what your perspective is. So it's this circular laminar armor towards the chest. It looks like mirror armor, though mirror armor is a different facet
Yeah.
altogether. What do you have a verdict on what this armor is? Is there any sense of realism? I've seen a reconstruction of it that may or may
Mhm.
not be accurate. But at the same time, is it like a motif signaling something? Like what is your verdict on this type of armor?
Yeah, so I know which icon you're talking about. It's from, I believe, the 1380s. Um, and it's one of the Macedonian churches. I'm blanking on this specific one right now, but it might be Stera Nagaricino. But the so the this kind of armor is, you know, it's using a very traditional motif. It's using that lamellar motif, as you said, um, and it's rearranged it in a new way, which is interesting. That is
Mm.
compositionally interesting because it's going to change how it draws the eye across the image. It's drawing it to a focal point on that particular saint. Um, and maybe this is what it has. This is probably the sole purpose of it, in my personal opinion, because the saint is a portal. It draws the eye to the portal, right? So that way, that the person who is praying, asking for intercession, etc., is communicate. They are communicating through that portal, in that way. So I think maybe that is part of it. Another thought I had was that because it's multiple rings, it could have to do with the Western idea of the multiple layers, the multiple levels and layers of heaven. Could be kind of some kind of representation of that, but you don't really see that in any Orthodox theology, especially of the period. So I think that's very unlikely in my personal belief. But it is a hypothesis you could put out there. In terms of it as a functional armor, like the reconstruction, it's drawn some criticism, because like people are saying, well, you can, come at it from all of these different angles and defeat it versus where a regular lamellar armor, it's either going to be overlapping upwards, overlapping downwards, so you've only got one of two ways you could get in there. But I think that fails to understand both fighting and armor itself. You know, if you're in that close with a regular lamellar or with like that circular lamellar, that you can get the sword in at a almost 90-degree angle or whatever other weapon you're using, that person's probably already gonna die, and you're probably not attacking the armor anyways. You look at the patterns of weapon damage on bones that have survived from Visby, and there's a couple of battles in like England, and there's a fourth century Roman one in what's today Croatia. Um, and they're all the same. They go for the lower legs, the outer arms, and the hands, and then there's usually some kind of finishing blow to the head that could have occurred during the battle or they could have gone around after the battle. A wound to the foot is just as debilitating and will knock out your opponent just as much as a wound to the chest. Um, but the chest is protected by a shield and armor, so why would you try and target the armor or the shield, when you can just target something that isn't armored or isn't shielded, right?
Mm.
Um, it makes more sense that way. And there's always the classic, you know, um, wounding a man takes three men out of the fight versus killing the man only takes one man out of the fight because it takes at least one, usually two people to drag him off the battlefield. So when you're playing a numbers game like that, um, makes a lot of sense. Um, So I don't think the arguments against the functionality of the armor work in that aspect. If they do work in any aspect, it's going to be the flexibility aspect. Do I think it could be related to the later mirror armor, or maybe more realistically, the four disc armor from the Mongol and Ilkhanid periods? Um, I can't rule it out. It's technically possible. Again, it's a problem where we just don't have the archaeology, you know. Um, there's some evidence that some kinds of disc armor were adopted after initial exposure to maybe early forms of this two disc, if we're talking earlier, or four disc armor. Um, like one of the what I think it's no, that's the eliminated manuscripts. But one of the descriptions of Richard the Lionheart says that he wore an iron dish, patena plate, um, under his mail armor in the 1190s. It's one of the earliest accounts of any kind of early medieval plate armor. So I think, we can't completely rule out the idea that something like this had come into existence, but I don't think it would have been done as a lamellar. I think it was clear that they were experimenting with early ways of making large plates of sheet steel armor to protect against things that were defeating mail, like bodkin arrowheads and just um, blunt force trauma and that kind of thing. So, there's just not a clear answer. I think the safe answer is to say no, because again, reenactment methodology. If you're going to portray something, you should portray what's the most common, and what's the most common, which is some kind of mail armor and a helmet. For your average soldier in the Balkans of that period. Even later, obviously, plate armor gets more affordable, but that's the responsible thing to do as a reenactor. So I think that's where our answer on something like that lies.
Okay, fair enough. So going from the depictions to kind of the more myths, general myths surrounding the Byzantine military and certain aspects, and just kind of getting clarity on this, I think for people who, know you to be very knowledgeable in the field. So I think the first one is to do with color in terms of clothing, to do with Eastern Roman soldiers, because on the internet people throw stuff around like the Eastern Romans predominantly wore blue and green, Roman soldiers wore red, and then the interpretation changed to a clear cream color, and now we're kind of going back to red and blue and green again. So it would be interesting for people to understand kind of what the reality on the ground is to do with that. So I was wondering if you could go through that with us.
Yeah, so the question of tunic color is very interesting. Dr. Boris Alexander Burant has a paper that's supposed to come out with one of mine in an edited collection this year. I'm not sure what the status on that is looking like at the moment. Um, so we'll see. But we do have pretty good evidence that these started as an informal tradition that then became formalized and eventually codified. Um, and we know that it's probably being codified by the second century AD. There's a tombstone of a centurion that specifically says that he was awarded the privilege to parade wearing white. So we know that he was awarded the privilege to parade in a white tunic. And that immediately tells us a lot. Tells us a lot about the artwork, that they're basing it on soldiers they've seen on parade in armor, where they are wearing white tunics with their armor, because a that is one of the earliest kinds of parade dress. Um, in terms of the red, blue, and green, so what we see is specifically that whenever soldiers are wearing armor, so that is the helmet and the body armor. There's one or two exceptions where it's just helmets, and they're wearing a different color. They either wear red, blue, or green tunics whenever they have body armor. When they do not have body armor, they often wear a variety of other colors. You see the tunica manicatai, for example, in all of the hunting mosaics of Sicily and Egypt and North Africa and Spain. Um, these are hunting scenes. They're not military scenes. So these are soldiers who are not on duty, and they can wear very clearly wear a much wider variety of dress. You see soldiers who have just swords in a lot of different colors of tunic. Um, so the question is it limited to just the armor? Are we talking some kind of battle tunic? Versus are we talking something much wider, in wider use? And so there's some fuzziness there. Um, when we get to the Byzantine period, again, we know from the De Ceremoniis, uh, the I'm blanking on its Latin, on its Greek title, for example, but the we know from De Ceremoniis that there are regulations where the court gives out tunics and armors to soldiers who are going to parade in the city and hold a triumphal parade. And they are given the court officials are given gilded armor. They give out white tunics or white tunics with gold borders on the cuffs and hems and neck, depending on your rank and station, of course, because this is like just a very formal ceremony, so it is a kind of formal wear. So we know that this idea, this law of wearing white on parades still exists, and that soldiers either had white tunics for parades or they were given white tunics for parades. Um, and then many soldiers either wore their armor, and some may have been specifically loaned a gilded armor for the occasion, um, or even gifted one. Um, then you have again, we look at the manuscript art, we look at the Cappadocian frescoes, we look at other sources. We know that red represents the martyrdom of warrior saints, so that's not exactly a great source for the consistency of what colors they're using and wearing as regular soldiers. But if you look, even in the Menologion of Basil too, right? There's a handful of soldiers in armor. Most of the people committing the martyrdoms are unarmored, but still armed, and they wear a wide variety of tunics, colors, and decoration. But if you look at the handful of figures that do have armor, it's just red or green. I don't think there's even blue in there off the top of my head, but I know for sure it's red and green. Um, they're patterned, which is interesting. Um, so that may just reflect that the kind of material that you could use with your armor, maybe you could use higher quality silks and that kind of thing, where they do have patterns on them, simple, non-imperial patterns, because you had to have certain ranks and to wear imperial motifs on the brocade silks. Um, so and then there's I think it's the Bristol Psalter, where it's housed in Bristol, was made in Constantinople, where we see soldiers in helmets with the Coptic tunics, which is it's one of the latest depictions of a late Roman tunic. I should clarify that Coptic is a modern term. Really, it is a Roman tunic. Coptic refers to post-Roman Christian communities, of course. Um, and it's a bit of an orientalizing and imperial colonialist term. Um, but so that's very interesting, and they one is blue, I think the other is white. Um, so the fact that they are in these decorated tunics and not the standard tunic, red, green, undecorated, or blue, undecorated, with a helmet is very interesting. So what's going on specifically with that, it's hard to say. It might just be an exception to the rule. It might be because they're soldiers of a specific position or station, because they are in a scene with an emperor. Um, there's a lot of unanswered questions. But in terms of the uniformity of tunic color, it seems to be an aspect that they did match the tunics that they wore in armor by regiment. So if you're in a regiment and you're wearing your armor, all of your regiments probably wearing red or blue or green, one of those three. Did this extend to other military garments like the most people say Cavadion, the Neuricon of Leo's Tactica, or the Epiloricion? Um, for the Epiloricion, probably yes. And we know this because there are certain units in later texts, that where we're seeing not heraldic but heraldic related imagery on them. So one of Alexios Komnenos' messengers could be identified by the symbol on his epilorhyion, which associated with him with the Emperor Alexios. And then the Zakones, the late 14th or 13th into the mid 14th century guard regiment of the late Byzantine period, were identified by wearing a blue. They call it an epilorhyion. By that point, it's evolved into a Western style surcoat with two white lions on it, face confronting lions. So we do have good evidence for regimental matching of clothing in that way. Obviously, banners were specific to regiments. That's how you identified regiments. If you're the general sitting atop the hill watching your army fight, um, and then shield patterns identified regiments on the battlefield as well. That helped the regular soldiers know who was on their side and who wasn't. Um, so I think it's another. I think there is very strong evidence, and again, there's a lot of unpublished material that I can't talk about in Dr. Burant's paper. But I think there's a lot of strong evidence that we do see regimental matching and that we have a very clear picture that certain colors were used when on the battlefield, when in full military kit, which is red, blue, or green, and then white on parade. Now, were blue and green specific to the Navy or to like the auxiliaries? That's been put forward by some authors before. Um, there's definitely a pattern in the classical Roman period that kind of leans towards green and blue being seen more often in amphibious or naval scenes. Um, and so maybe, but maybe not. There's a couple depictions I think of cavalry where they're all specifically wearing blue and green, and these are non-naval. I think Dura Europos is one of the ones that comes to mind. Possibly also the Ambrosian Iliad. Or sorry, not the yeah, it's the Ambrosian Iliad. It's called. It's dated to the reign of Anastasius, but it's the Ambrosian, not Anastasian. Um, that one I think depicts the cavalrymen in green tunics, if I recall correctly, in one scene. Um, so uh, unanswered question, but I think there's a very clear pattern that we should follow unless new evidence comes out to say otherwise.
Okay, fair enough. So if I'm understanding correctly, and please correct me if it's not correct, is that there's certain hierarchies of formality. These are regulated affairs. They're like I don't know like regiments in the British Army in the 19th century. You have regulated uniforms, regulated
Right.
criteria. You could argue be legalistic to an extent. And to give the reader or viewer an understanding, I think there's a correspondence with about Isaac or Manuel Komnenos, and the title that they apply to him is "Born in Blue" to specifically signify that he's a military man, rather than Porfirianitos, born in purple.
Right.
So even then, there's kind of non-regulatory attributions to these colors in association with the military. So I've heard the interpretation that blue and green might also signify the teams, the racing teams at Constantinople for the chariots. So I don't know if is there any interpretation of wider symbolism for these colors? Because, for example, as in terms of red, you've said that there's a signal for the martyrdom of the soldier or military saint. Is there kind of general themes to what these colors signify when it comes to uniforms of soldiers, or is it just a case of red, green, and blue, and these are just associated with soldiers?
I think it's the latter. I think it is a case where it's red, green, and blue, and it's associated with these soldiers and these regiments and their way of telling each other apart. Um, I'm not aware of any symbolism of blue and green that could be associated with the art in this way. Obviously, color is very important in Orthodox art. There's a reason things are either blue or green sometimes in Orthodox art, but I'm not aware of that with clothing specifically. Or and for warrior saints or for manuscript illuminations of religious battles, like Joshua's campaigns or the like. Um, but yes, you're absolutely correct. Like I said, this does seem to be regulated and even legislated, and codified into law, just like, the shoes of the emperor. You could be executed for wearing purple dyed shoes. Um, you mentioned, yeah, I think it is I want to say it's Isaac
Okay.
who, yeah, I want to say it's Isaac who was born in blue. Um, One of the things you can do with depending on how long the dye is exposed to the sunlight during some of the curing phase of the dye, you can get a wide variety of color out of Tyrian purple. It can go all the way from a very deep and beautiful maroon or military red, all the way up to which that's what the tunic of a protospatarius was, which was that red, that Tyrian red with the gold borders, all the way up to a very gorgeous, brilliant indigo, or you can even get it as far as like a more faded, like cobalt blue, which is still used in the clothing of Jewish rabbis
Okay.
and their traditional clothing today. They still have that process for making Tyrian blue dye. So, that could be something that happened there. We do have. I've never been able to find the actual source for it, but I'm pretty sure it came from either a book or a discussion I had with Raphael Diamato, a name that some of you may be familiar with, who mentioned that there is a source that mentions um, I forget if it was the Tribune or one of the centurions of the Schola Palatina, the late Roman Guard regiment, specifically wore Tyrian dyed red tunics. So, that born in blue, military, referring to a military man, may also have some kind of connection with a uniform dress code that we don't have the surviving actual piece of legislation about. So there could be something there to that, absolutely. But I think you're correct in your statement that yeah, it is regulated. Um, there were probably punishments for breaking this regulation. Um, how severe they were, we don't know. Um, and that the green, red, and blue pattern that we see in art, I think very much specifically refers to specific regiments of soldiers and is part of their way of telling each other's regiments apart.
Okay, fair enough. And for the viewer, I think this point is important when it comes to regimentality and uniformity as well, because I think a lot of people, if they've played from medieval to Total War onwards, where there's this idea that it's a pre-modern environment. No, two soldiers couldn't be expected to wear the same colors. There must have been some variety. But it's quite telling that actually, in a centralized state like the Roman Empire, there's going to be a degree of this uniformality, even though it might not be, say, the same shade of blue
Yeah,
per person because it's
it's not
pre-standardization.
industrialized uniformity, but exactly, like, you're going to have a regiment of people wearing blue tunics. Other tunics might be blue, but if you've got a linen tunic instead of a wool tunic, the indigo does very well with linen, actually. It's one of the few dyes that does, but it might be a very pale, washed out blue versus a nice, rich, brilliant blue on the wool or cotton or let alone silk. Um, so it's uniform, but it's not uniform, right?
Yeah.
It's just not that industrialized, sort of almost fascista aesthetic of uniformity, right?
Yeah, definitely. And I think that, organic material degrades. And I think people don't necessarily understand in the pre modern world how fast it does degrade. Say what you want about synthetic materials, but they do tend to last longer. And even up to the 19th century, people had to change trousers constantly or shoes because they would get worn out. So that, there's even this idea that some blue colors just fade because the dye doesn't isn't as strong, or
It
it
doesn't
wears
bind
out as
easily.
well. So you've got this army of people who, one regiment or tagmar is blue, but they're going to be varieties based on that. So
And
going
their clothing is going to have repairs and all sorts
yeah.
of things.
Yeah, definitely, definitely. So going from the native tagmars, the regiments, whether in thematic or tagmadic, we can have that conversation. Um, to kind of foreign soldiers. Now, this is something we spoke about, but there's this like dichotomy that I've seen online to do with the Varangian Guard, who are the famous initially Rus Viking but Anglo-Saxon, and then they become, Western European generic because they come from a variety of backgrounds in the late medieval period. But there's this kind of dichotomy between the Varangian Guard wearing the native garb or they're wearing Eastern Roman clothing. And I say this because, for example, in the Byzantine court, an emperor would come out, and if there were foreigners there, they would purposely be made to be dressed ethnographically by their native garments. So it kind of spawns an interesting question of you have these Rus Viking mercenaries or Frankish mercenaries, and is it the case that they are being made to dress ethnographically, which I guess can kind of signal if you're commanding this army that you have a diverse range of people that you command that makes you more important than, say, a fully native army or indigenous army? Or is it the case that eventually these people would begin wearing Eastern Roman garments and armor because I don't know, the emperor would want them to at least have some representation, especially if they're a prestigious force and they're going to dress a certain way or be given a certain wage. Like, how does it work?
Yeah, so and this is going to tie back into some of the conversations we just had. So we already talked a little bit about like, soldiers would receive things for parade and would receive gifts if you achieve certain stations. We know of a few Varangians who did. I believe it's Harold Hardrada who achieves the rank of he's gifted the rank of Spathar Candidatos. That comes with certain gold torques and a gold decorated white tunic you're supposed to wear in the court environment specifically. So, we're talking also about different environments as well. I think it's Bully Bullinson who becomes Proto-Spatharios, and we know from his saga that there is we know what his shield looked like. It was red with a depiction of Saint George. Um, and I think he's mentioned wearing a red tunic as well, which would be consistent with his rank of Proto-Spatharios. But so we need to understand who these foreigners were, not just the Varangoi, but the other Etaraioi. Sorry, I mess up my pronunciation.
It's,
In in the Byzantine Greek, it's Etarioi, or Etari really, but because diphthongs. Anyways, my point is that these groups were foreigners. They come into the Roman military service. In the Etarea. Um, in that particular case, we're looking at more of the traditional model of Semeki, or in the Republican Roman period, they would have been known as Soci. These are allies. The Sokii or the Semeki, versus the Varangians when they are first recruited are like this. They are an allied force under Basil that then get formalized and institutionalized over the next few decades. Um, so they become a professional force within the Roman military. They're still they're still coming from foreigners, but they are their own regiment in the Roman military on the military rosters. Um, so then we have to understand who's coming into these regiments. So these are people, especially when we get later, we get to the Englino Varangoi, and then the late Byzantine period. So for the most part, these are people who are nobles of some kind. They're lower nobility, or they're nobles who just aren't going to inherit. Um, so they're landless. And but they can still potentially become landed nobility because they have noble blood and they just need the wealth to have their own estate. Um, so these are people who, instead of going to the monastery necessarily, that way they don't inherit, they go on a foreign adventure. They go on a Viking even to the Roman world and join the Varangian Guard. And these people usually have a degree of wealth to begin with that they can purchase their own equipment. They're coming probably with their clothing from their homeland. But we also need to remember some of these points we just talked about, like how fast clothing wears out. Um, Clothing is going to be one of the first things you're replacing within a few months. When you get to the Roman Empire, to Constantinople, even if you're in Constantinople, you're not on military campaign, you're probably still wearing out pairs of shoes and tunics and trousers. You're wearing holes in them reasonably quickly. Tunics and trousers are much easier to repair. You can repair shoes as well. Um, but when we start talking about military campaigns, we have one papyrus, which is classical Roman, but it talks about how they're going through two pairs of hobnail military shoes a month on the march and drilling and campaigning. Um, so the pieces that, if we're looking at something that is going to be this dichotomy, right? Um, this Byzantine look versus this imported foreign look. Um, the pieces that are going to be purchased locally and replaced with local fashion first are definitely going to be your clothing, if you see that. But here's the thing: Byzantine clothing isn't really recognizably different from Northwest European clothing. They're still mostly wearing hosen, very tight-fitting hosen. The big thing that's going to be different is you're going to see more of these low-riding slipper-like shoes that the so-called musakia or servolia, um, earlier called campagi, that are worn by soldiers and people in the bureaucracy. That's going to be the big difference. The tunics, the cuts of the tunics are more or less the same. They're usually undecorated. Decoration in tunics seems to have some correlation with rank in the bureaucracy, and we know it does in the bureaucracy. But in the military, it seems to have some correlation, maybe. Um, with off duty, obviously, you could wear something like a tunica manicata, the so-called Coptic tunic. Those were no longer very popular by this period. They are still around. You see them worn by women, sometimes by clergy. Um, like I said, there's a couple depictions of soldiers in them. But the patterns of decoration on them are also very heavily associated with court rank, so you have to be very careful what kind of decoration you have on them. So I guess the other big one is hats, but four-panel hats are kind of ubiquitous. You see them in the at Haithabu. You see four-panel hats in the rock-cut tombs of Cappadocia on the mummies of infants. You see them in the Caucasus, worn by the Ossetians and other steppe peoples. Um, so there's definitely a transition that would happen just because of the fact stuff wears out. Weapons and armor do not wear out quickly. Shields do. Shields wear out rather quickly. It's a big reason why all the late Roman arms manufacturing centers are so close to the frontiers. They're not considered very high valued if they're captured. Unlike some place that's producing helmets or ballistas or whatever, and the spears and shields are just things that wear out quickly. They break. Um, but mail armor and helmets are repairable. We have plenty of evidence for repairs, especially on late medieval helmets and armor. But even some of the high medieval or early medieval ones do have this evidence, particularly the Pitt Rivers Museum helmet, which is not actually from Oxford. I think there was a study that came out that suggested it was from somewhere in Central Europe, um, and then has somehow ended up in England. But that helmet has patches on it of iron patches. Um, There's evidence for repairs on some of the East European helmets, like from the Rus world. Like, you've got the Black Mound helmets, and you've got some of their predecessors and relatives. There's evidence some of those have been repaired. Um, or even the gold and copper alloy plates have been reused and put onto something new. Um, and then mail is, for the most part, very easy to repair. You just need more links. Sometimes you can tell these repairs apart because the repair is done with a different link size or thickness, but usually they blend in very well. Um, Mail was already considered the highest form of armor by the Byzantines, the Romans, but also in Northwest Europe. You don't see a lot of talk about lamellar in this way or scale armor in this way. Obviously, Harold Hardrada's armor, Emma, was very highly praised. It's believed that Emma was, like, we know it was a gift. Sorry, we know it was a gift from the Emperor. Um, so we know it's this silvered iron mail armor of exceptionally fine, given magical properties in the saga. Um, that immediately tells us a lot. It tells us that some people in the Varangian Guard did receive armor as gifts. That confirms what we would expect of someone who would be an Imperial Guard unit and expected to go on parade with the Emperor. Um, but it also tells us that they were potentially making armor and replacement armor and weapons for the Varangians. Again, that makes sense if, let's say, the Varangians are defeated in battle, like they are at Dyrrachion, and you have to recruit more, but also rearm some of the ones that lost their equipment. You could expect something like that. Um, so there's a lot of context to the Varangians that makes it difficult to give a definitive answer to this question. We only have one possible depiction of one. We know from texts that I believe it's Anna Komnene who describes their so the term that we usually see for their weapon is Ramphia, the Dacian or Thracian two-handed version of the Falx. By this period, it just means any weapon held in two hands. It can be a pike. It can be. We know from later on from Ioannis Okamanatos that in the early 13th century that this refers, in the case of the Varangians specifically, actually, to the hand and a half sword, which is very interesting. And we know from Anna Komnene that in the late 11th century, she also uses the term pelekion, axe, to describe their weapons. So we do have evidence that the Dane axe was a signature weapon of them. And this again, you talked about ethnic dress. This could directly relate to that problem of how do we represent their ethnic dress in the court setting, for these court ceremonies, because they are a certain element of theatrical, obviously. Um, but it does tell us that, I mean, it's a real and effective weapon. It does tell us they probably use that. There's usually no reason that the armor on parade and the weapons on parade are pretty much entirely fully functional until you get into the early modern period, when you really start seeing the distinction of parade versus military battlefield dress. Um, so, but we have one possible depiction that we can identify because of that, because it shows a Dane axe. It shows a warrior in his underwear. He's wearing nothing but his brace,
Mm.
in with a Dane axe, and it's on an ivory that was made in Constantinople, and I believe is now in the Museum of Cologne. Um, so if you want to reenact a Varangian the historically accurate way, going out in your underwear with an axe is the most accurate portrayal that we know of. Um,
Isn't there
so,
a so this might not be a Varangian, and I'm not very knowledgeable about it, but on a wall somewhere there's an ingrained fresco, and it has a bearded warrior with a Varangian bra and an axe. Is that, I don't know if
um,
you know what I'm referencing, but is that
I think
a
you might be
Varangian?
referencing the Nea Moni mosaic.
Okay, fair enough.
So it shows, but here's the thing. So there's a group of people, and I think it's the betrayal scene. So, and we could talk more about the betrayal frescoes later, because that's a very common late Byzantine motif. And you see a lot of arms and armor and armored soldiers and that aren't warrior saints. But there is a crowd, and one of the members of the crowd has a large axe. And it's been suggested that this is a depiction of Varangians or a Varangian. And then you've also got the centurion for the crucifixion, who I believe I don't know if he's wearing a Varangian bra or not off the top of my head. What I do know about him is that he's wearing a very specific type of hood, the phalonion, but the pattern on the hood is the same pattern described for I think it's the pattern of the eparch of the Constantinople's hood. So
Okay.
that tells us that this person is probably like the eparch has the rank of eparch. So it's not a depiction of even a centurion, let alone a Varangian. It is a depiction of the military dress of the eparch of the city.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So it's actually more interesting in a much different way.
Okay, fair enough. Sorry, that was a miscommunication from my part, but that is also another one you've just reminded me on that I would have asked you about anyway. So it's not a fresco; it's a wall carving.
Okay.
It's a I don't
I know
know.
about the dog-headed man. That one's a graffito with it's a dog-headed man with a large axe in Constantinople from the 10th or 11th centuries. Um,
But I do remember it's a bearded man. It's a wall carver where he's been carved onto or a wall or whatever, and I think he has a Varangian bra and an axe specifically, and he's bearded. I don't know if I might provide a video picture for people to know, but if you don't know, that's absolutely fine. I can send it to
I
you
don't
at a
know off
later
the
time.
top of my head. Yeah, you send that to me because I don't think we talked about this last time.
No.
Um, and I'm blanking on it now.
Okay, fair enough. So on to speaking of which, the Varangian bra. So this is something that's been wrongly. I don't know. There's been miscommunication somewhere, and it's been attributed to a Varangian, but it's not necessarily accurately a Varangian bra. It's this kind of harnessed bra, whatever, and it's usually depicted now in video games associated with Byzantine soldiers. Specifically, I've seen it on the 1212 mod for medieval Total War. You see it in
Yeah.
Bannerlord, which is highly inspired, the faction who wears it, by Byzantines, but in the crisis of the third century, kind of is the inspiration. So, what is this garment, this harness that's worn, and what is its context within the Roman world or the military?
Yeah, so in fact, to talk about this, we should go back to the crisis of the third century because it is a first appears on a tombstone of a soldier from Chalcedon, dated to the 280s or the 290s. Um, and we see this soldier, and he appears to be wearing possibly some kind of padded garment, and then he has a strap over it that goes over his pectorals and under his arms. Um, it's just one strap. It's not like the full, like two shoulder straps and strap, or it's not like there's a depiction from Syria of Goliath where he's wearing this and it has two straps, but this lower strap just might be some kind of overlap with the regular military belt or something. It's fuzzy. Anyways, um but that's our earliest depiction of something like this. We see it in the 4th century Amazonomachy mosaic. I already mentioned the lost mosaic from Syria of Goliath, David slaying Goliath. It was destroyed by ISIS, sadly. Um, there's a couple of other early depictions, but so it first appears in the late Roman period. So, what is it? This tells us immediately a lot about what we should be looking for in terms of possible influences that could have led to its development. Um, we see, for example, on the silver dishes of Sasanian and Arsacidan kings, that sometimes in their hunting scenes they wear a chest strap like harness. It's usually like a cross, an X shape, rather than like the sort of overall shape that we see with the Byzantine ones, the bra shape, um, even we could call it. Um, and there's usually some kind of disc in the middle with the Sasanian ones. You don't really see that with the Byzantine ones. I think there's one very late Warrior Saint fresco where there might be like discs on it, but that's at that's beyond the context we're talking about at the moment. Um, so it's possible that this could be something imported from the Sasanian world, Iran Sahir, or it could come from the Eurasian steppes even, because a lot of Iranian dress and military equipment also developed in what is today Inner Asia, um, and then was transmitted to Iran. Um, there's another possibility. So I've long held the hypothesis myself that this came directly out of the harness used to suspend the phalleri of the centurions in the classical Roman period. Um, I have an argument about the word subarmalis could come from one of two root words combinations. One is sub plus arma, sub arma, and the other is sub and is armus rather than arma. So arma is arms, armus is arm. Um, so this could mean under the shoulder rather than under the arm. There's a similar term, sub alare, in Diocletian's Edict on Prices, which in the letter of the in the list of leather goods and prices for leather goods, it mentions a sub alare Babylonicum, and that means Babylonian bra, basically. Underarm thing of Babylonian leather is really what it means.
Okay.
Um, which is, I believe we raised the question of like, could the Babylonian refer to this comes from Eastern influence? That's
Mm,
possible. But it's possible, I think, that these two words mean the same thing. And what we're seeing is an object which would make sense that I believe it's the Historia Augusta, where Septimus Severus orders the Praetorians to parade in their subarmalis. Why would they be parade in a dirty, dingy um, garment that's covered in grime from the armor they wear? But if it's the thing that suspends their awards, that makes a lot more sense. It makes a lot more sense for why a cavalryman might have two of them in a letter from I think it's Caerleon, I believe in Britain. Um, so I think that's what this is and where this originates. I think it has something to do with the leather harness used to suspend awards in the classical Roman period. That was worn by centurions. We see this object on men who are usually some kind of probably officer. These were also worn by cavalrymen and cavalry decurions, so it makes sense that we see them on cavalry depictions as well. When we go into the Middle Byzantine period, it's actually not that common. Um, you see it from time to time. It does seem to have some kind of correlation or association with officers, with a few exceptions. Again, I mentioned an octatuic from earlier, and then the Joshua roll, um, and I believe it's the Joshua casket as well. That you see this. Is it intentionally archaicizing? That's a good question. It's possible. Um, it could be archaicizing in a way where they're taking something they know and equating it with ancient Greek armor, maybe, because we do have, of course, they are receiving their Greek past. They can see the Parthenon. It's partially uncovered in this period. They can see other Greek monuments and spolia and reliefs and Roman stuff around them as well. I mean, obviously, a tombstone in Chalcedon that we just talked about is still going to be there in Chalcedon in the 11th century, right? Because
yeah.
that's where we found it today. Um, so, they are receiving their Greek past. They are trying to translate that into their contemporary art sometimes when they show ancient events because they are aware of it. So that might be why we see it, for example, in the what's the name of the manuscript? but it's the earliest surviving copy of the Iliad.
Yeah.
It's the yeah, it's usually called the Byzantine Iliad. It has a specific name, Venetus A manuscript.
Okay.
So we see it in there, and so maybe it is an archaicizing or classicizing element by this period, or maybe it's something to do with something that's still happening with contemporary dress. So we don't have a clear answer on what it was. I think it's very clear that the hypothesis for it being used to suspend and hold up armor doesn't make sense because in some of the depictions where we see it, they're not wearing armor at all, or
Okay.
they're wearing like a weird leather jerkin in the case of like the Joshua roll. Um, I've tried that with male armor. It just doesn't work. The body's not shaped that way. Your chest, if you're in good shape, is unlike me, is wider. It's going to be wider than your waist. So it's the male's just going to fall down, unlike the belt, which is on your hips, and it's going to catch it and support it because your hips are wider than your stomach. Or at least they're supposed to be if you're in good shape.
No, fair enough. That's a good point. So going from the this Ranjimbra, and now we'll kind of delve into the Byzantine military, or something that's been debated, which we spoke about towards the end of the last time we did this, which is the quote unquote thematic system. So I think there's been a lot of discussion with what this is. There's been a lot of confusion. I've read several of your Reddit posts about it and clarification, which were quite insightful for the way it's actually conceptualized. But I understand from our previous conversation it's changed. But what and I've seen previous interpretations that it was associated with the semi-professional farmer soldiers, according to Soviet Russian
Mhm.
historiography, but that doesn't seem to really be the case. So, what exactly is this thematic system to do with these soldiers? And I think for people who are watching this, it seems that these soldiers were professional soldiers in most capacity, most likely. So, I was wondering if you could kind of take us through that.
Yeah, so the thematic hypothesis it emerges before George Ostrogorsky, um, and it we'll get a little bit into some of the modern stuff in a minute, some of the modern hypotheses, including my hypotheses. But they looked at the Sasanian world and some of the holdovers from Achaemenid land and military organization, and said maybe they're copying that. Um, and these Achaemenid systems are actually not really, well, the Achaemenid system is, but like Hellenistic systems aren't really farmer soldier systems. Um, they're related to Achaemenid systems as well. Um, and again, we'll talk about this more in a moment. And then George Ostrogorsky looked at this problem of these stratiotica kitamata, these military lands, and said, well, what if like he basically argued that this was a system they came up with. It was probably come up with in response to the Islamic invasions. And you had a system of basically, as you said, farmer soldiers whose job it was to go and work these lands, and then would be called up for drilling and training a couple of times a year, and go back to it, and then would be called up for campaign when the emperor passed through with the core of the army, the Tagmata from Constantinople. My apologies. Um, then you had John Haldon's PhD thesis and his subsequent works, Byzantine Praetorians, and a couple of others, and you had some others who were followed up on Haldon, um, particularly Treadgold, obviously. There's a very notable one. What's her name? From the late 80s, but she also did a lot of work following up on Haldon as well that I'm just blanking on.
Okay, fair enough.
Um, and then in the early 2000s, you have some other scholars who are coming up. Um, Konstantin Zuckerman. Um, you have eventually you have Salvatore Costantino in the 2010s. They're putting out new research on this, but basically it's with Haldon that the idea of like the farmer soldier dies because he draws the distinction that the men working these lands are not the people who necessarily owned and inherited these lands. That the
Okay.
soldiers are inheriting the right to they have their obligatory service requirement because of Byzantine laws going back to Diocletian, um, that you follow your father's profession. These haven't been lifted yet. They get lifted in the 11th century, for the most part. Um, so they've got a hereditary service obligation. That hereditary service obligation sometimes seems to come with this, but not always. They don't always get the military lands when they are mentioned. Um, and actual property of soldiers is divided and passed down to brothers and sons in a way that these military lands aren't. And you also see the revocation of this right to the military lands to support your soldiering. Like if you commit what we would call a felony today, like you commit like very severe theft or you murder someone and they don't have prison back then, not really. But one of the punishments involving those crimes is that you would lose your status as a as a stratiotes, as someone who has these lands um, supporting their service. So, and then as we move on and on, it starts to become very clear that the so-called themes and the military lands are not inherently tied to each other. The Konstantin Zuckerman's really the big one with this, where he talks about this term called the strategia, and which might be best translated to as the command or the military district. This is the actual zone of that the strategos of the army has authority over. That maybe some of the idea that it was a combined civil and military administration isn't as clear as it was proposed by Ostrogorsky, that maybe that the civil administration is still separate, just like in the late Roman period. You've got this tripartite, you've got the themata, you've got the strategia, and you've got the archontes, which is sort of the civil and judicial administrative unit. Um, so it's a more confusing picture. The origin and emergence of these themes is also called into question because Theophanes, we now know that he was drawing on earlier sources. We now have the Lost Chronicle of 713. It's not fully translated yet, but it correlates with some of Theophanes' passages, so we know he had access to at least this one. Um, so, but at the time, it was believed that his text was not as accurate to the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries as it was previously thought it was by earlier scholars. So they were calling into question whether or not the themes even existed before Theophanes' time. So Haldane proposes that basically the military lands and the themes really emerge with Nikephoros the First, the one beheaded and turned into a skull, um, a, a skull cup. Um, and then Salvatore Cosentino notices that, hey, the Franks do this too, which is really interesting.
Okay.
Um, Charlemagne in his capitularies also talks about something like military lands with contributors to support soldiers. And even the numbers they're using for this are the same, where it's the same valuation of the land. Translated in the Frankish sources, it's solidity of account, but when you do the math, it's the same as the numismata mentioned in the vexations of Nicephorus, of Theophanes, in the Balkans. And it goes back to a law of Valentinian in the 300s, and I believe it's 376 is the date of the law, where he talks about the minimum requirements for contributing a soldier from a landed property, and recruiting a soldier. So this is basically more or less says that in order to fund and recruit a soldier, the family must be able to provide the man and provide 36 solidi basically as his initial cost of recruitment. And that if they cannot afford that, multiple poor families can, like, and I believe it's five in the Carolingian sources and six poor families in the Byzantine sources, and also in the original Law Valentinian, can come together to front that cost, and instead of them, and us, because all six of the five or six of them have this hereditary service obligation, between them they only have to provide one soldier instead of providing six soldiers, and then each with 36 solidi. So you still get something out of these poor families without burdening them completely with something they absolutely could not afford, even after multiple years of production and farming and saving up money to afford. Um, so that appears, and the Haldon puts forward that that's what these military lands really were, and that makes sense to some degree. Um, the problem is that it still gets into the issue of like these military lands are technically a kind of a commons. They aren't really like you have possessio versus dominium. You may have possessio, you may have this possessio of the land. So the terms which are clearly defined, they get confused and then redefined over time in law codes because they get confused in actual legal practice. So because, language drift and meaning and everything. Um, so the person who has dominium is the actual person who owns the land, owns and works the actual land. The person who has possessio has rights to this land. Um, and we see this with hospitium, so the practice of settling the Germanic peoples in the Roman Empire in the 5th and 6th centuries. Um, so my initial hypothesis is that what if these military lands are actually um, this kind of possessio versus dominium? What if we're really looking at a parallel with the foederati, who are from the 5th and 6th centuries? And we have precedent, we have possible precedent for this. In the Emperor Tiberius II, and with his son Maurice, raised an army called the Tiberiani. And in order to fund and supply this army is a professional Roman unit meant to replace at this point, the two praesental armies have been completely broken up and sent out and combined with the other units redistributed across the empire. They need something there in the Balkans and Anatolia that can immediately defend Constantinople. So they create this new army of 15,000, the Tiberiani. Um, there's a lot of Gothic and other East Germanic peoples recruited into this army alongside Romans, but it is a formal Roman regiment that later becomes known as the Obsequium or the Obsikion,
Yeah.
which then becomes a theme. The theme is the thema Obsikion. Um, and the way they fund this is they create these lands called the Gato Graikoi, and that sounds a lot. This is in northwest Anatolia. These lands are actually exactly where you find the later logistical themes of the Optimatoi and the Opsikion, when they become solely logistical themes much later. Um, and so maybe that fact right there allows us to present the hypothesis that maybe the first solution they came up with this need to fund and raise armies was to start funding and raising these Roman armies like they're doing the foederati, because it cuts out the middleman. You don't lose money to paying the tax collectors, because basically bribing the tax collector was how they got paid. Like it was formalized bribery is basically their paycheck. You're not losing money through the whole process of that coming to the government, collecting all the gold bullion, and then redistributing it out back to the soldiers, because the soldiers can collect their pay directly. Corrupt officers don't get to take a cut of it well, they still can, but it's not as easy to do so through that process. Um, so there's lots of advantages to making the system more efficient, possibly, and being able to fund and pay large armies with less land. So what if they took this system that they developed for the Tiberiani? We have some evidence that they were doing this. There are certain Roman soldiers who are called foederati, but are explicitly described as Roman soldiers in some of the Italian documents, like the Ravenna Papyri and the later late 11th century Italian modification of the Perusina. That's what it's called. The Perusina from the late 11th century, which is modification of the Justinian Code, preserving earlier laws from the 7th century and 8th century in Italy. They talk about this as well, 6th, 7th century, 8th century as well. But anyways, they also mentioned some Roman soldiers that seem to have this status of foederati, and also talk a little bit about like church property and military obligations that sound like the foederati as well in South Italy. Um, so what if they took this and used it to settle all of the main field armies that had to retreat in the face of the Arab advance? So that's the Oriental Field Army, which becomes the Thema Anatolicae. You have the Thracian Field Army, the Themistocration, and then you have the Armenian Field Army, which was created under Anastasius and Justin, the Thema Armeniacon. So these are the original themes, plus the Carabisianoi, which are actually in Caralis in Sardinia. They are not in what would become the Thema Kibaritoi, which is Kibaira in modern Anatolia, right? And then there's another small one, um, another naval theme kind of like that. I'm blanking on the name of it, but it disappears. But it's a small island near what would be the the Byzantine province of or theme of Seleucia. It's like off the coast, right off the coast. It's a fortress island that would later become it later becomes more relevant, but it's mentioned quite a bit in the early 8th century material that we have and lead seals and that kind of stuff. So it was a quite important naval theme at that time. Um, and but originally these are called strategia, not themata. So there's still the question of what the term themata and thema refers to. Um, we now know that a Chronicle of 713 exists. Vivian Prigent, a prominent Byzantinist in Italy, hypothesized that Theophanes, and who only really discusses um, like the later texts only ever mention cavalry and naval themes. They never mention infantry themes. So these are the law codes talking about the minimum requirements for the military lands to support a cataphract or a marine under. There's two rounds of these laws. The first is under Constantine the Seventh and Romanos, Lycopenos, and then the second round is under Nikephoros, who raises these minimum requirements to fund his super heavy cavalry. Uh, we would call them Klebanari today. They're technically just glossed into cataphractoi at that time. That gets into the technical terms on Byzantine heavy cavalry, but um, if you go back and there's some evidence with lead seals that there were, in fact, a couple of cavalry units called themata in the early 700s. Um, and they are specifically cavalry. So the question again arises as to what's going on. Why have we not yet found any kind of infantry themes? If this is the hypothesis, um, are the themes specifically more something more specific to the military lands? While really the term we should be using is strategia to refer to these larger armies, not themata. Um, And there's a great hypothesis out there. I believe this is, again, Salvatore Cosentino, I believe, who mentions that one of the hagiographies talks about, it calls, um, I believe it uses tithemi to describe the placement. Like, so the term thema comes from tithemi, um, the Greek word meaning to place down, and just uses that term to describe these military rosters. It describes in one hagiography how um, when the saint came to the shore of an Anatolian town in southern Anatolia, the local strategos called up all of the men on the military roster from their lands outside the city to receive their adoratio, their gift from the emperor, that they got every 5 years, and also their what was called the stipendium, later the citaration, which is the section of their pay for food and other provisions coming from the government. So does it still refer to soldiers who weren't being supported to with military lands? Were these soldiers with military lands also receiving still this citaration in addition? So was it in addition, kind of like the pronoia later was a gift on top of their usual pay, usually to people with noble, some kind of um I want to say proto noble or aristocratic because it's not Western nobility background in late Byzantium. Um, there's still a lot of questions there. But another system that comes to mind is the earlier Hellenistic klerikos or katoikos. And this system was a commons that also had contributors and had people whose job it was to serve as professionals. Um, and they oversaw the lands just like in the Stratiotica Kitamata. They were legally not supposed to work the lands. Functionally, how enforceable that was has always been a problem throughout Roman history. We see laws telling the soldiers in the period of the classical Roman army, where we think of them as professionals constantly out there drilling, building roads, never doing non-soldiering duties. But we know from the Egyptian papyri that they were serving as bargemen, they had their own farms and families, they were constantly doing what we would call dereliction of duty to run side businesses. And there were constant laws against this throughout all of Roman history, and I don't think that the soldiers of the 10th and 11th centuries were any different from the soldiers of the 1st or the 4th centuries, and that they were doing this, that they were supposed to be full-time professionals, um, some of whom we know were supported solely from the state. We know this from another hagiography from the Peloponnese, Saint Nikon the Metanoite, I believe is the hagiography, where he talks about a difference between the soldiers who get their money from the lands and a soldier who gets their money from the state. Um, and then, of course, we have the soldiers who have these military lands. So it's possible that maybe that is the reality of the themes, that they were specifically only for the heavy cavalry and soldiers who were Marines, who needed to afford a lot more than what the state could support the infantry with by paying them directly, due to the massive cuts in pay and budget that came with the Arab conquests of the 7th century. But it's possible this tradition could be related to the Foederati settled. The Tiberiani were a cavalry force. The Strategicon is a model of the Tiberiani or Obsequium. That is what it is. It is the ideal theoretical model for that army, which gets into the problem of theory versus practice in the military manuals and how reliable they are as a source. But so it's possible that it could have come out of something like that with the Foederati, but there's also this possibility that maybe it is an older local Hellenistic tradition that has survived into the Byzantine period because they were funding Seleucid cataphracts and pikemen with the katakoi and the klerikoi of the Seleucid and Ptolemaic world, in the third, second centuries BC. Um, so the question is, where's the intervening evidence? Were they talking about things like prosenia or xenia, which is that's the Greek version of hospitalitas, um, hospitium. Were they talking about systems kind of like this in the classical Roman period, maybe in Latin or otherwise Greek sources? Do we have evidence for the katakoi or the klerikoi in the Roman period? Off the top of my head, I'm not aware of any. I need to go check some of those papers to see if they mention anything. We know some Hellenistic systems survived and continued to develop into the Roman period, particularly the civil policing systems of the cities of Anatolia, Syria, and Egypt. They reached their peak of complexity in the Roman period, in fact, before eventually just being subsumed by military policing systems in late antiquity. Unfortunately, Furman has never not published his book on late antique and Byzantine policing. I know he had intended to write one back when he wrote his book on Roman policing. I wish he would have published that because he uncovered a lot of interesting things that he mentions. And I want to know what more evidence that he had come up with, because it could have illuminated a lot of something like this about soldiers in Anatolia in the Byzantine period and how something like this theme system developed.
Interesting.
But
Yeah, sorry, go
sorry,
ahead.
but
Okay.
no, my final thoughts are just that, just in summation, we have really good evidence that the soldiers were at least not supposed to work the lands that they were given with the theme system. The modern I don't want to say consensus, there's still some competing theories, is that the system either refers to maybe the military rosters these soldiers were placed down on, recorded on with their pay, their names, who their immediate family members were, so they could be replaced. Um, Possibly it still may have something to do with this whole idea of contributors and military lands. Um, Possibly something we haven't figured out yet. There's still a lot of debate, a lot of research that needs to be done, but the general consensus is that these were not farmer soldiers anymore. Um, Nobody's arguing that anymore. The consensus is that these were professionals who over may have overseen the land they were supposed to work, but like for example in the West with the medieval knight, they were supposed to be drilling and training the entire time and then going to muster once or twice a year. I think it actually would have been three times a year technically because they're usually paid three times a year.
Okay.
Um, Versus and then the and we have evidence that the regular infantry soldiers, the regular soldiers in the provinces, were still paid, supplied as the government by the government, still required to be full-time soldiers. Did they always obey that requirement? The law codes make it clear that just as they always had, they're running side businesses to make extra money, for their families, for their equipment, etc. But they are full-time professionals in, at least on paper, like the Roman soldiers of classical and late antiquity were supposed to be. They are not a militia.
Yeah, and just to give an idea on people in relation to this, like I think there's firm evidence to say that even the imperial legionaries of old had side jobs, as you've mentioned as well. But a lot of them are going to be doing what we call side hustles. So I think it's really interesting because it puts up the perspective that perhaps these soldiers weren't getting paid enough, or there's a perception that, and I think it's Howden who mentions that there's some soldiers in poverty, or what would be recognized as poverty, who has to be kind of saved or reimbursed or
Mhm.
financed by the emperor because you have these complaints. I don't know, petitions. So that's one thing. The second thing is it's very surprising that you have this inspired system from the Achaemenid period that's survived through the successor kingdoms of Alexander the Great, the Seleucids, whatever. Um, so with that in mind, with this Roman system, do we have any indication on why this survives? You've already mentioned a brief point about this, but you know, um, when people typically tend to think of the Roman Empire, they think of the professional legionaries, the auxiliaries. Is it a case that auxiliaries have their own localized system where this might have survived, and then it kind of becomes integrated after the universal citizenship in 212? Like, is there an indication?
Not yet. Like I said, we need to search for the evidence on this,
Okay.
to see what's happening. We know there are references to auxiliaries that are armed like in Hellenistic fashion. I believe it's Caracalla who raises a whole army like in the style of Alexander, allegedly, which this army functionally is not like, it's not Alexander's army. It's not like the earliest historical reenactment, which would be really interesting if it was. I mean, in a way, it kind of is. But like they talk about like how he arms the soldiers with pikes and with linen armor and everything. So they have an idea of what these armies were like. And maybe because we do have evidence for Greek auxiliaries called Greek auxiliaries who are armed in like a Greek fashion, a Hellenistic fashion, maybe that could point us in the direction of where to find this evidence for these Hellenistic systems in the Roman period. But in terms of the actual laws that survive from the Roman period, they don't talk about anything like this really. Um, there's one unpublished paper, again, the book that's supposed to come out with my edited work, the edited work that's supposed to come out with my paper, um, that talks about like something that sounds a little bit like a common system with the Limitanei,
Okay.
but this is in the context of the Rhine frontier,
Hmm.
not Anatolia. It's still very interesting, and it might tie into something like Hospitium and Hospitalitas. Like, is the Germanic system of Hospitium and Hospitalitas also coming from something like Katoikos or Klerukos? Um, there's a lot of questions and a lot of avenues for research here that have not been explored. So part of my current research and what the paper I hope to give next year now, because they've announced the next international conference on the military history of the Mediterranean Sea will be in Istanbul. So hopefully I will be going to Istanbul next year.
Okay.
But I'm going to be looking at this for the rest of the year and coming up with that presentation, revising my own hypotheses and getting some feedback, and hopefully maybe someone might have a lead on it that I haven't been able to uncover yet. Um, so, like I said, this is a lot of what I'm talking about. Some of it's my hypothesis, the research I'm doing. A lot of it's the research of other scholars. Effie Ragia is the one who wrote a very excellent paper on the social status of Byzantine soldiers. You mentioned how they're poor and not poor. She talks a lot about that. Like some of it's because of the context of the hagiographies, but some of it's because you have to contrast the powerful. They're really contrasting the powerful and those who are not powerful. Soldiers are
Okay.
powerful sometimes because they have the authority of the emperor, but they're also not powerful sometimes because they don't make a lot of money. um I did the math on it, and the the documentation on the pay of soldiers and the costs of what they would have eaten and the equipment they would have bought, that second part is a lot harder to find, but we can calculate some of it. It says they probably were coming out just in the negatives,
Okay.
like just barely in the negatives, so it makes a lot of sense that a lot of these soldiers were doing side hustles, and that they constantly had to pass legislation against that. And that's true for the late Roman period with the Limitani. It's true for this period with the so-called thematic soldiers. Um, there is evidence for campaign pay. That's a thing. Um, that's also a thing in the Roman period. We do see it with like Augustus and Tiberius, where they increase the pay of soldiers to go on campaign that they are otherwise reluctant to go on campaign for. Um, That's why we see the double pay given to like the Armenians serving in the expedition to Crete of 949. So that's just a practice that goes back to the professional Roman army. I don't think you can use that to argue that it was a non-professional force.
Okay.
Um, yeah. So again, this it's all very interesting questions. There's still a lot of brand new research. There's a whole edited volume on like with 12 different papers just on the problem with the themes that came out called I think it's called Strateoton. It came out in 2021. So no, it's called Tacticon,
Okay.
is what it's called. So and then like I said, Salvatore Cosentino's still publishing on this. Effie Regia's publishing on it. I don't know if Zuckerman's gone back and revised anything because some of the recent papers have talked about his work, and there's a ton of new scholars talking about this as well, French scholars, Greek scholars, etc., all taking a look at this problem again, because, and I think we're going to have some major breakthroughs very soon.
Okay, that's good to hear. So, speaking of this system, because the system sounds like there's part of people who are being paid directly by the state, by the emperor himself out of the treasury from taxation, and then there's people who are kind of have it outsourced by this
Mhm.
community in order to finance these soldiers on paper professionally. So when we come later on, we get this thing called the pronoia. Now,
Mhm.
my understanding of this is you're outsourcing the tax collection to these individuals so that they can pay both for a retinue of soldiers and also for their own armor. Is
Mhm.
with the idea of outsourcing, is there a link between both of them, or are they separate things entirely?
I do think they're related. I have not written anything up really on the precise nature because the pronoia is very researched. It's an excellent PhD thesis from 2014, and of course there's Bartusis' book on the pronoia. Both are excellent. They're still very modern and up to date. Um, but the 2014 PhD thesis focused mostly on the 11th century and where the pronoia comes from. And it does talk about a relationship with the so-called military lands. And he concludes no, but I don't think that's right. I think there is a connection between the military lands and the pronoia. I think maybe the pronoia were because it is talked about how the Komnenoi restored the military lands in the 12th
Okay.
century text as Anatolia came back under Roman parts of Anatolia came back under Roman control, and I think some of this may have been the same thing as granting pronoia. Pronoia is different. It's basically it is very similar to the rights and the way that military lands operated, where the person you had the contributors and then the person actually serving. Pronoia has contributors, and then it has the person who actually serves. But that person who actually serves, as you said, is also has other expectations, and he's also given more rights. He's given rights to things like mining and also direct land rights in some cases. Um, so I think it is directly related. I think more needs to be said on this, more research needs to be done on this, and I'm doing some of that myself again. But it is different, but it is similar, and I think it is similar enough to say that there is a connection, that they took this idea and expanded it to make it more enticing, to get people to serve in the army as they faced another crisis in the 1070s, 1080s, and then on into the 12th century and beyond.
Okay, fair enough. So I think the last question about the military, which I find interesting and we haven't spoken about, is kind of what people, local Romans and Romans in general, attitudes are to soldiers. Because this is something that I find quite interesting. So I don't know if it's the era of Nikephoros Phocas, where you have this investment or over investment in the army. There's this kind of reputation that Roman soldiers, and maybe particularly Armenians, quote unquote, are troublemakers. So maybe there's a negative connotation that soldiers are kind of looking for trouble in some areas. So what is this kind of, and that might not be when you kind of had that aha moment. You might have a different opinion on the issue, but what is this kind of? What are the indications of kind of what local Romans' attitudes are to Roman soldiers? It can be the same thing. It can be through time. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a great question because we could talk about Diogenes Acritus and we can talk about a bunch of other texts that give us a lot of information about this actually. Um, so if I mentioned Christopher Furman's work, Policing the Roman Empire earlier, in another discussion we had, this is a work that is useful here because a lot of that evidence for the classic Roman period talks about Anatolia and people's attitudes towards soldiers at that time, and it's applicable to this time as well. Um, Possibly even more so. Several authors have talked about, because some of the Middle Byzantine commentaries do talk about, like just sort of the attitude towards armies passing through during the civil wars of the 10th century. It's a major topic. It's These armies are ravaging their own countryside, and people are pissed about that. They don't like it. There is a reason that the term appellates, which means bandit, also means border guard. Acritas does not mean border guard. It means border men in the context of someone who lives on the border. It's the same. it means frontiersman if we think in English. You know, someone who lives in the frontier of the great American West. Doesn't necessarily mean they're a soldier, but it means both bandit and soldier with appellates. Um, that is a very important linguistic piece of evidence, that these people who lived in these regions in Anatolia, serving as soldiers, going up into serving either out of the castra, or patrolling the roads, or doing all the things that they are described in on skirmishing, which is really our best manuscript for understanding the Byzantine army, much more so than the imperial manuscripts of Nikephoros and Leo. Um, these people are clearly behaving as bandits as well. They have power, they have authority, they have weapons. They can do that. And if we go back to Christopher Furman's work, we see this with the soldiers as well, where I believe it's Tacitus who talks about in Anatolia, a lot of the local aristocrats are complaining about some of the logistical troubles and the soldiers going around collecting logistical goods for Trajan's campaigns, I believe it is. Um, and so he's getting ready for the campaign into Parthia. Um, and Trajan's army passing through Anatolia, the armies passing through Anatolia, and soldiers passing through Anatolia to go to that campaign as it's amassing in Syria. Um, They talk about like everyone fears the soldiers. Soldiers are their own social class. They are not aristocrats. They are not the poor. Even the aristocrats and the plutocrats of the classical Roman Empire fear the soldiery in that period, and that fear more or less remains. They talk about how Roman soldiers even run from bandits sometimes, just because like the fear of violence and death is very real and very visceral in that period. You know, being disemboweled is just
It's not the
it's
best.
something that most people have probably witnessed at in their lives in that era. And it's not like being maimed, disemboweled is not they've seen at least seen the evidence of it if they haven't seen it directly. And you know, a pretty typical like 40 and a half, 45-year life of someone who reaches adulthood. Um, a lot happens in 45 years in the Middle Ages, right?
Yeah.
People experience violence more than once. So banditry is a big deal. It's a big deal cracking down on it. It's a big deal with people's perceptions of soldiers, who are extorting them, who are saying, "Give me your money, give me your crops, give me everything you have." Um, and then soldiers who behave as bandits even go after other soldiers, for their equipment, for their shoes, you know, just as thieves and bandits do today. Um, there is the other side of that though, which is that soldiers still have prestige. They are honorati. In the classical Roman period, the term is honorati and honestiores. That means in the case of honestiores, that means that unlike humiliores, their word is taken seriously in a court of law. They are credible witnesses. Um, it has a big impact on like your reputation and your social standing, as well as it's kind of like your ability to be hired even, once you get out of the military. So they're up there with judges, equestrians, etc. These people are all considered honestiores, even though soldiers may not be equestrians or senatorial or patricians. Um, and then on the other aspect of that is they are honorati. That means they get certain privileges um, that nobody else gets. So like court officials are also honorati because technically the bureaucracy is the military. It's all the stratea, right? The militia in Latin. Um, they also get a lot of tax exemptions as well. So there is prestige, there are advantages to being a soldier. It is very attractive. Um, It's believed that even in the late Roman period, most soldiers were actually volunteers, not conscripted or hereditary service obligations. Um, it's also believed that during the Byzantine period, beyond the people with his hereditary service obligations, most soldiers were probably also volunteers. It was still very attractive. The pay was in bullion, which immediately attracts people. That's why they switched to from bronze to gold bullion in late antiquity, because it helped deal with recruiting crises. Because gold just goes farther than its mathematical value. It might be, a pound of gold is 72 solidi on paper. A solidus is 12 siliqua, but it's worth more than 12 pieces of silver. A piece of gold is. A piece of silver is worth a lot more than its value in bronze on paper. So, you know, um, communities' interactions with soldiers were complicated because they were powerful. They could be bandits, they could execute the authority of the emperor, which meant things like everything from forced relocation to tax collection, which I mean, tax collectors were basically bandits themselves, right?
Yeah.
Uh, yeah, this is America. We have opinions about taxes here. Uh, actually, I like taxes. I'm very unusual for an American. But anyways, yeah, there are soldiers had complicated relationships with their communities, especially when it comes to the PTSD and neurological degenerative disease aspect that being a soldier came with. You're taking hundreds of concussions that's causing permanent brain damage. A lot of soldiers, we have a lot of talk about knights who go insane, or even Roman soldiers who went insane. Um, you have high rates of suicide, you have high rates of murder, domestic violence, um, rape, etc. All, I don't know if YouTube will let us say that word, um, but associated with soldiering and people who come back from being soldiers on military campaigns. So their relationship with their communities is really complicated. And I think like an analogy with modern US veterans is apt. You look at the number of veterans that are homeless, that are committing suicide from
Yeah.
PTSD, etc. This is true in other countries as well. England, Europe, Australia, etc. Um, their families fall apart because of they don't get treatment, and there's no treatment for any of this stuff at the time except for there's a hypothesis that stoicism actually was a way for soldiers and people, particularly people who were educated, so the powerful, that also went out to be soldiers and had to see some of this, but also maybe soldiers themselves to cope with a lot of these traumas. Um, and then, but beyond that, faith, obviously, religion, faith, that was a way for soldiers to cope with a lot of their traumas. It still is today. I have friends who had PTSD who they turned to either, some turned to their faith, some turned to treatment, and I have friends that actually turned to stoicism even today, to deal with some of this stuff. So, in a complicated world like this, they had very complicated relationships with their communities, and it was difficult.
Yeah, definitely. And I just want to add with the religious element, my understanding is that soldiers who, went on the battlefield and, had to had to kill somebody wouldn't be allowed to attend church service or receive the communion for a couple of years. Is that correct?
Um, it specifically depends. So there is atonement for this, but it is considered like the Romans and the Byzantines don't have an idea of like holy violence like the Crusades became. Um, so this is a big deal a lot of times with the era of internecine violence just before the Crusades in West Europe, where they're asking a lot of these questions, as there's a lot of small conflicts in places like France and Germany and North Italy. Then you have all these knights and people whose job it is to be professional soldiers or otherwise called up under feudal obligation. Um, because they have committed the sin of murder, technically, um, and other sins as well. Um, the Roman army, because the state is seen as like the divine, it is seen as God's kingdom on earth. And its agents of the state are therefore God's agents. Um, it's a more complicated picture. The church never fully like decides to sanction violence.
Okay.
And some of this repentance, and I need to look and see if like, this kind of like not being allowed to attend church thing is a thing for soldiers. I want to say it is to some degree, but I don't think it is universally so. And that might have a lot to do with things like, soldiers where they are with their community. Are they someone who's come back with brain damage and is causing problems, or are they someone who has been able to cope with the realities that they faced and is still like there with their family, still farming, struggling probably, but you know, um, is still able to be a functioning member of their community. These are all aspects that probably influenced their ability to go into the church. Just like, if someone commits a murder today in their community, like th- they probably wouldn't want to walk into their local church,
Mm,
um, right? Even if they were like acquitted or whatever. Um, so, it's more it's not straightforward. It depends on the period. It depends on like the church's particular attitude towards conflict and war and soldiers in that time. Again, the Romans never sanctioned holy violence technically. Um, the military, as always, is technically in defense of the Roman state. Um, Seen as necessary. What soldiers do is seen as necessary. Um, so yeah, I don't have a clear answer off the top of my head. That's something I actually need to go and look up and check myself. We know soldiers are having religious conversations though, because we know we have sources that talk about even soldiers who were forcibly recruited. They are Muslims captured in Cilicia during Romanus and Nicephorus campaigns and John Zemeckis campaigns, and forcibly recruited into the army, and they're having conversations with Orthodox and well, later it's Bogomilism, Paulicians in from Melitene, and there's a lot of religious conversations going on in the military, which is really interesting, especially that it's multi-faith as
okay.
well. Um, so yeah, it's not an easy question to answer, and that's something I need to go and look up more of myself.
No, fair enough. And just 3 points. So the first one is, I do remember hearing somewhere that Nikiforos Phokas wanted soldiers who were slain to be regarded as martyrs, religious martyrs, and the church was like, no, this isn't happening at all. So it kind of brings that aspect of kind of this conflict, which I think is interesting. I think for the second thing as well is for people who don't necessarily understand the past, having a centralized state with a professional army in the pre-modern period isn't guaranteed that your life will be any more peaceful. Because if you're in the Imperial Roman Empire at its height of Pax Romana, you have an outsourced taxman who's trying to exhort you, and you also have soldiers who are trying to exhort you as well. So that's kind of fun. I can't remember the third point, so we'll move on in that sense. So I think we'll come to arms and armor now. There's two questions I want to ask before we cover the breadth. And this is special questions that I think will clarify some aspects. So the first one is the paramirion, which is categorized as a saber. I think it's in Leo the Wise's treatise where he mentions straight double-edged paramirions. So, and also the meaning of paramirion in a literal sense is just across the thigh. So there's an implication that it's worn at the belt, maybe for cavalry as a starter. And Evan's holding what essentially is a Eastern Roman paramirion. So I was wondering if you could take us through this sword, essentially briefly, because I know we're going to go into a lot more detail later, and kind of what the implication is for this sword, and also more interestingly, the term kind of dies out later in the medieval period from our previous conversation.
Yeah, so the term first appears, as we all know, in the Strategicon. Um, it is used to describe the sorry. So the earliest usages of the term all do it in a context of some kind of long and narrow blade, probably single-edged. Um, there's a great article by T. Salmon who proposes that because the early narrow Langsiax um, emerges in the 5th century around the same time Vegetius is writing, and that because we see that term semispatha used to describe these long, narrow Seax-like, but by that point proto-saber blades, um, and some of the Frankish capitularies of just before and during Charlemagne's time, that this term and paramerion are cognate, that they refer to the same thing. So we do have, of course, the Middle Byzantine texts talk about it as there's a couple that talk about it as double-edged. There's a couple that use the term single-edged. Um, so there's some word drift clearly, um, but the term it seems to mean it seems to refer to a single-edged long blade. Early on, that was a straight blade. Eventually, sabers start to develop a slight curve. In the early 8th century, that's when we get the emergence of the saber on the Eurasian steppes. And then that curve becomes more and more pronounced, particularly in the 11th and 12th centuries, and especially later on. Um, we start to see things that look more like Ottoman and Hungarian sabers. Um, So, in the military manuscripts, some of them do use the term as a generic word for sword, just like gladius in Latin, or spathion as well, which spathion is the traditional double-edged Byzantine sword. They use that term. The texts that do distinguish between spathion and paramerion are very clear about it. So that would be Leo's Tactica, um, versus I do believe that Nikephoros doesn't make any clear description of either. He just uses the term paramerion generically
Okay.
to mean sword. Um, there are some later texts that use the term. I want to say, I do want to say, like the last usage of it is probably Nikephoros Akalmanatos. So sorry, did I say Ioannis Akalmanatos earlier? I meant I meant Nikephoros,
Okay.
because not Nikephoros, Niketas.
Nikitas.
Niketas Akabanatos, aka Niketas Koniatis.
Okay.
Um, so Niketas Akabanatos is the first, I believe, is the last person to use the term off the top of my head. There might be one or two others I'm not thinking of. It doesn't appear in Digenes Acritas, um, that I know of. So why does it fall out of use? Why does it come into use and why does it fall out of use? I think it's clear that they're describing a new long blade introduced by the Huns in the 5th century that gets longer and under the Avars and then starts to curl under the late Avars and into the Khazar period. Um, they need something new to describe this. It's particularly useful as a cavalry weapon. It's good for slashing from horseback, in a way that maybe a larger, broader blade like the late Roman spatha, the Osterberg and Carmarthen type is not. Um, and the term seems to mean what is described as the semi-spatha under Vegetius. Um, And Vegetius is probably referring to the long, narrow sea axes of the Huns when he's writing. Some authors say the 390s, or 380s, or 390s. Some authors have said the 440s for Vegetius. I personally lean towards him writing in the 440s because that would coincide with the one of the pieces of evidence that he's probably writing for the in the 440s is the fact that semispatha refers to these long single-edged blades, which only get long in the 430s and 440s. Um, so that's where the term originates. It means across the thigh because I mean it's a sword, it's worn across the thigh. Its method of suspension is a P-shaped suspension rather than a traditional baldric. So it's going to actually lay across at an angle rather than hang straight up and down. It's probably what the term refers to. Um, and then why does it fall out of use? That's a really good question. We don't really know. The term is already clearly being used generically in the 10th century in some cases, so it may just be generic use. Um, we do see an increased use of the term ramphaya to describe things wielded with two hands, but that it does mean a curved blade, so it could also technically gloss the term paramerion at times, but it's also used to describe single-edged, or not single-edged, I'm sorry. It's also used to describe hand and a half swords, what we call bastard or long swords as well, starting with Nikita Sakamanatos, as I mentioned earlier. So, you know, that's a really it's a really difficult question as to why the term falls out of use. It just does fall out of use. In the and maybe they started using a native term we haven't identified yet. Maybe it's a Serbian or a Turkish word or something that gets transliterated into Greek. Um, and it's just we don't have a text that mentions it that has survived because there's not a lot of military text. Another aspect is possibly just because of the increased prevalence of West European blades. Um, it's clear that cavalry warfare shifted a little bit towards a more European model. That's not to say it shifted purely towards one, but they're using these double-edged oak shot type blades on horseback with long quillons and guards, and they're still using sabers to an extensive degree. We see them all the time in warrior saint imagery. Um, Swords are just something that fits the composition of the warrior saint image, so they have no problem modernizing swords as time progresses, so they stay very, very accurate to their time periods. Um, so why the term Paramarian falls out of use is uncertain. It could even have to do with the increased curvature of the blade because it's not really a straight single-edged narrow Langsiax sword-like blade anymore. It's now this longer curved blade, especially when you get to like the late 14th century Byzantine sabers from Sithonia outside Thessalonica. Well, it's really close to Mount Athos. Um, so the it's a good question we don't have a clear answer for yet. I think more textual sources would have to be found for us to truly understand it. Um, Combined, of course, with sometimes new information could come from archaeology as well.
Okay, fair enough. So one more sub question, and this is related to armor specifically, and I've seen a lot of ambiguity in relation to this. Is the term zabe? I think that's how it's pronounced, but I've
Mhm.
seen it as designated a facial cover. I've seen it to mean with mail, just cloth, and there's this level of ambiguity which is kind of doesn't sit well with me. But you're probably more knowledgeable on this subject. So, what exactly of all the armor types, what is a zabe, and like how do we characterize it?
Yeah, so the term so zabe or zaba, there's a couple of spellings. Um, Seems to refer, it's usually used to refer to male, it seems. It's what most modern scholars agree on. The term refers to male. But the actual meaning of the term is much closer to how we see, if we go back to the more early Republic and classical Roman texts, where they don't really use something like, so in Greek you would have thorax elucidotos, in Latin you would have lorica catena. Later, medieval Latin starts calling it lorica hamata rather than lorica catena, which is the actual Roman term um, for male armor. You go back to these like texts like Livy and Plutarch and Polybius, and they're using terms Like in the Latin, you see stuff like tortos hamusque, or like so like twisted and hooked is how the armor is described. These are words that we would associate with the description of male armor, but it's not clearly a term as we say today. We say male armor, and we everyone knows immediately what you're talking about. Um, it's not like a definitional encyclopedic term like that. Um, Zaba appears to follow that kind of traditional meaning and pattern, where they're really describing a sheet or an armor of intertwined elements. Because when you look at the meaning of the word, it's one of those words that means intertwined thing, kind of like Neurocon means a thing made of intertwined cords. Um, n- Neuros is leather, a leather or like muscle tendon, right? So neuron, neuros. There's you look at the term Neurocon can also mean thick, heavy cord, and that's possibly what that's referring to. It's an armor made of thick, heavy cord. Um, So Zaba has a similar kind of a meaning where it's an armor made of intertwined things. That can refer to mail, absolutely. But what else is like intertwined like that cloth is? So, this might just be a more generic term. We see references to, obviously, there's in Nikephoros, they talk about the three layers of Zaba over the face. If we actually go back to Persian reliefs from Bishapur and Firuzabad from the Sasanian period, you do see a couple of helmets that appear to not only have a hood-like male face covering, but also the helmet has an aventail hanging down from it. So there are two layers of mail on that helmet. You also have later West European texts from the 13th century, where a lot of times they talk about wearing a full hauberk, so a hauberk that goes down past the knees and has mitten sleeves, full-length mitten sleeves. And then they have a term which we usually see, it's like corsetta or gamonum is a term used, which appears to be a sleeveless male shirt, like an undershirt, worn underneath. So they are wearing two males of armor. And then you see also in these like knightly romances, you see triplicum. You see that in some of the hagiographies as well. There's one hagiography from the 7th century of a saint in the Caucasus where he is described as what is it? Triplon Zeva. So he has like three layers of protection, but he's not actually wearing like an armor in his hagiography. He's like a hermit. Um, it's just describing three layers of magical protection.
Okay.
So it's possible that like this three layers could also refer to a magical property, but that's really unlikely in a military text. It makes sense in the medieval romances where you have triplicum. Um, It's more likely that what we're seeing is something like the term has a generic meaning. It means intertwined things, so it can refer to both male, but also like the heavy, thick cloth used to make fabric armors. So in the Byzantine world, this was done with a method called twining, just like it was done in classical Greece. It was not done with like the quilting 30 layers of medieval Europe. And this is my talk coming up at SEMA, where I'm going to talk about how there's actually two traditions of fabric and organic armor making. You have the ancient tradition, which you have like the European, Mediterranean and steppe traditions. Steppe is with felting, Mediterranean is with twining. And then you have the European tradition, which is either with like wadding and batting inside, like make like basically cloth tubes by sewing the lines, and then you jam wadding in down the sewing in between the sewing lines, so it creates a thick padded garment, or you just take like 20, 30 layers of material and sew them together and quilt it together. That's the medieval tradition and the West European medieval tradition. And then you have the Islamic traditions, which more have to do with leather, but they're very, very interesting actually. Um, the So what the term might really mean is you have, just like with the late medieval 14th, 15th century Aventail, where you have a thick quilted cloth underneath which the male Aventail or camail is sewn to. It might be a similar thing where you have a thick single layer of like twining, or maybe even two layers of twining. Just like with the Nuricon, which is two layers of twined material quilted together. Um, just like the ancient Greek spolas or thorax lineos, that's made the exact same way. A different pattern of construction, but the technique is the same. Um, you have a layer of mail sewn onto one or two layers of this fabric backing to create a very, very thick, heavy, protective layer that, if a bodkin goes through the mail, it's going to stop in that quilting, or vice versa. Um, and it could also refer to wearing, as I said, with Bishapur and Firuzabad, could refer to there being two layers of mail being worn because maybe they have a like a coif and then the helmet with the aventail over it. We do have evidence for coifs in this part of the world. There's 13th to 14th century ones from Serdica, for example. So I think that's what's going on there. I think the term is generic. It doesn't specifically mean male. It can mean male, but it can still also refer to fabric defenses like that.
Okay, so it's more of a descriptor of something rather than an actual object with physical properties per se. Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough. So we're back. I'll ask two brief questions, and then we'll go on to arms and armor because we've gone on for quite a while now. So you made a passing mention. So there's these military treatises, these Byzantine military treatises, and one thing that you mentioned, I think, at some point in the past was that the two military treatises, one by the Praecepta Militaria by Nikiforos Phokas and the Tactica of Nikiforos Uranos. You mentioned that as well as being military treatises, they're more kind of riding conventions. I don't know if that's necessarily the right term. Briefly, because I know we have to go into arms and armor, could you take us through what you meant by that? Because I think they're actually quite interesting.
oh
Uh,
no, absolutely. And it's really important for the discussion of arms and armor because we have to remember, just like, for example, if you look at Confucian literature in East Asia with China, they make a lot of, even today, like this comes up with academic papers where they make uncited references to Confucius, and they've been like called out for plagiarism for it today. Um, it's a common literary topos in Roman and Greek literature to make references or to even take whole sections of past texts and fit them into your text or fit your text to the format of these previous texts. It's what we call a topos in the study. And one of the ways that this is done in the field of military manuals, um, so the classical Roman period, classical Greek and Roman period military manuals are all copied. Basically, they're basically all abridgments and copies, some with modifications, of a lost treatise written sometime probably between about 290 and two probably 290 and 180 BC. Um, there's a few hypotheses for who are authored it, including possibly even Pyrrhus of Epirus, um, or maybe his advisor or his son. There's also, I believe there's a Euander who could have, an Evan who could have actually been one of the authors. Yeah. Um, and then they all got abridged under the student of sorry, they got abridged by Asclepiodotus, and then his student Poseidonios wrote a learning manuscript for teaching writing these things. And that's what all the later ones, Arian, Alien, up to the lost manuscript of Urbicius, who wrote under Anastasius
okay.
in the 5th century, are all based off this tradition. And then you have a break from this tradition with the Strategicon. Now, the Strategicon still partially takes from this tradition. It's still there are still snippets of it which reference these earlier texts or borrow from these earlier texts, but it's meant to be a practical treatise, it claims. Functionally, how practical it is a bit questionable. Um, it is incredibly useful though, as a treatise. But then that kind of resets with the Strategicon, because we look at Leo's Tactica, we look at Nikephoros Phocas and Oranos, we look at the Siloge Tacticon of probably Romanos one or two is who wrote that, or maybe someone under them. That is all of these texts then do to the Strategicon what the later texts had done to the lost third century BC military manual, which is that they either they copy large portions of it, um, they take elements of it and turn it and abridge it. Um, they actually do this through another manuscript, which itself is a copy of the Strategicon that abridged it, called the De Militaris Scientia, which is where the Polyarchetic treatises also come from, like Hieron of Alexandria and a couple of others, and how they get transmitted down into the Middle Byzantine period. That's all in one big learning text manuscript, which includes huge chunks of the Strategicon and excerpts from all these other authors. So it's important that whenever we talk about the manuals as a source, we have to keep that in mind. There's actually several other military manuals that are not well known from the 13th and 14th centuries. Two of these are poetic texts. Basically, they're rhetorical texts. They are not really useful to us. They were written under the Lescarids and the early Paleologians. The one that kind of is Les Enseignements. It only survives in its French version. It's a very heavily Western influenced manuscript. It actually takes a lot more from, say, like Vegetius than it does from the Strategicon. That was written by Theodore Paleologos in Montferrat, so from the one of the cadet branches of the Paleologoi who ruled over Montferrat. Um, but it is useful because it talks about North Italian armor, arms and armor, but it does so in a Byzantine context. And when we look at the actual evidence for arms and armor of the 14th century from the few reliable sources, it's clear that Latin arms and armor are in widespread use. So that one is kind of useful. Um, these don't, but like I said, they don't take from the earlier tradition of manuscript writing. Neither does Kekaumenos. Kekaumenos in the late 1000s is also writing something more akin to a Polyarchetic treatise on how to defend and attack forts. Um, and so does and this is why I mentioned that what is it Paradromes on skirmishing, or more accurately on countercoursing, is um is probably our most like useful one, not necessarily in terms of arms and armor, but because it actually describes the more regular operations of the thematic military and raiding and how to counter raids, how to raid into enemy territory. It's Lucas McMahon, I believe it is, wrote an excellent article on like Byzantine guerrilla warfare talking about this manuscript. And of course there's my friend George Theotokos' book, Byzantine what is it? Byzantine warfare in Syria and the Euphrates in the 10th century, I believe is the title. Also very excellent book that talks about this. Um, so when we look at something like, let's take a real example here. Um, let's talk about the classic Byzantine hollow square formation, pike
Mm.
formation, right? Very iconic formation associated with the Middle Byzantine army, but not new at all. For example, Corbulo formed his army into a hollow square when fighting the Armenians and the Parthians outside of Artazarta in 50 that would have been in late 58 CE, supported by skirmishers and cavalry that were maneuvering in and out of the square. So this is pretty much the same formation. Hollow squares are well evidenced in the classical period. um, what they've done is they've taken this idea that's portrayed of a symmetrical model of the army in these classical manuscripts, and then they've just taken it and done it in the other direction. So on top of making like it regimentally symmetrical, like in the earliest developments, and then like reflected it bilaterally. They then reflect it bilaterally the other way and take the symmetrical army and create the symmetrical square, basically. Um, was it a useful formation? Yes, we know in fact that it was used. There's one or two cases where they do mention like the army was formed into a square. Um, but it was situationally useful. It was very good for crossing or fighting on the open flat plains of central Anatolia, where horse archers were and skirmishing was a real threat. Um, but if you look at the actual descriptions of most Byzantine battles, for the most part, they form up into a regular battle line, usually, main line reserves, just like most other societies had. It's just that theirs was well organized and regimented, so it was capable of inflicting and sustaining just damage, I guess you could say, in the battle that other battle lines might break under. Um, and that's just the advantages of regimentation and organization in your army.
Yeah, fair enough. And I think it's interesting for the viewer because I think people have this modern notion that you pragmatically put down what's the most useful and accurate. Today, if a
Yeah.
US general writes a military treatise or military analyst write how to adapt to, I don't know, China in the Pacific or something, you're going to make it accurate. But the mentality, and this happens a lot philosophically and literarily, is that you have a earlier source and you kind of emulate and adapt on that. So it's a very scholarly approach. So for people who aren't kind of aware this is the mentality, it's not necessarily about objective truth or accuracy as we see it and adaptation to change. You have someone like Confucius and you're building on that basically, and you go back to the
Yeah,
sword.
you're showing your education and your learning because the majority of your audience is going to be an educated audience. These manuals were written for a very specific audience. Part of that audience was practical, like emperor's sons and other noble youths, and who are going to be end up being in military operations at some point. But part of it was just the learning aspect that you were showing your learning and your knowledge of the classical sources and your ability to write Athenian Greek, just like with other genres of Byzantine, late Roman and Byzantine literature. Um, you see this with Priscus in the 5th century. You see it with Jordanes in the 6th century, who taking from my book, completely butchers the Battle of Marathon and turns the Battle of the Catalan Fields and writes it like as if it's the Battle of Marathon, which is why it's very questionable, like if any of the details of that battle are accurate at
Yeah.
all. Um, and it's done to show that you are a learned professional talking to other educated aristocratic elements of high Roman society. That is your audience. So you have to keep that in mind that that is still always an element of the genre of these manuals. Um, so you have to be on the lookout for these kinds of biases and these references to um, older literature. Now, some of the manuals are a bit more clear about that. The Siloge Tacticon talks about like how the Roman army is now and how they did things in the old way, which is unusual, but it's useful because it you can see where it's taking from Asclepiodotus in those passages on the old way, and you can see where it's taking from the Strategicon in the passages on how the Roman army does things now, and you can see where it's not taking from either of them as well, and is clearly talking about what's contemporary, what is actually useful and practical.
Okay, fair enough. So on to kind of the thing which we actually need to talk about, which is arms and armor. So we'll start with swords and arms in general. So when we say the term Byzantine sword, For people who have seen what a Byzantine sword looks like, or an East Roman sword in the medieval period, you get this stereotypical image of a sword, usually straight double edged, with a hilt configuration that has a collar around the blade, maybe broad, shallow quillons, a sleeve on the hilt, and then a pommel cap which has a tang, not a tang running through it, but has a nail for it. I can't remember what the term is. My understanding from our last conversation is there is actually one Roman type of hilt or sword configuration, but most of them aren't Roman per se. So I was wondering if you could kind of take us through the outline of these.
Yeah, so we can go back a little bit to let's just briefly touch on like where they come from. So it's really hard to tell in late antiquity, especially um, definitively Roman swords from their contemporary Germanic relatives. But there are a few key ways we can associate a sword with probable Roman manufacturer versus say probable North Germanic manufacturer, right? Um, some of these are in blade shape, and some of these are in like details of the hilt form. For example, finds within the Roman Empire tend to be more popular with large, wide blades, such as the Lariacum Hormovka or the Osterberg and Camathan types. Um, these are often hexagonal, octagonal, or lenticular in cross section rather than fullered, but some are fullered. Um, and they tend to have on their grip the part the hand actually grips on the hilt. Um, sometimes we see the sort of finger carved ones. But we usually see hexagonal or octagonal grips. So that's one of the ways we can tell them apart in the 5th century. And this seems to persist for quite a while. But they do bring in these Asiatic type swords. They are just as long or longer as the Osterberg and Camathan type swords. They aren't nearly as wide. They're much narrower with very long, very straight sides. So if you look at a Viking Age blade, for example, it's a very long blade, but it does, if you look at just the profile, it just does taper slightly. And then, I mean, all swords also have a distal taper, but that's not what we're talking about right now. Um, the Asiatic type swords are just very straight all the way down the blade. It's parallel sides, more or less. And these are cavalry swords. They're taken from Hunnic and Sarmatian swords. They're usually pommelless. Um, they usually have um, couple different styles of grip, but in the 6th century, the 5th and 6th centuries, they usually have a large diamond-shaped iron guard for the hand that keeps it from sliding onto the blade, of course. Um, very thin, very flat, usually nothing organic behind it. A couple exceptions to that. Um, And we see these in quite a few examples of 6th to 7th century art of the Byzantine army, which suggests, combined with there's also some finds from Dijon in the 5th century, which suggests they were adopted. The style of blade was adopted by the Roman army in the 5th century. Um, and it's associated with being a cavalry blade. It is ideal for cavalry use because of its length and its narrowness. And also its finds context amongst non-Roman peoples. Um, so this is probably what we know as the herald sword in the Strategicon. But one of the interesting developments that we see in it is that there's a couple of these large, almost Batman logo shaped bronze guards start popping up in Sarmatian swords in the 2nd and 3rd centuries AD. And they continue to pop up every now and then in the there's like one sword from the 5th to 6th centuries. I believe it's from Sokolare that has one. And then in the late 6th to 7th centuries, we get the Kolked Arked Fetepe Corinth, Kolkhed, Fetepe Kapu, I believe it's called. Um, I think there is, was it Arsad or Arked? There's one from there as well. It's just a very long, not really useful naming convention for the sword. But they have these large guards, and there's a couple of them. They do overlap a little bit the mouth of the scabbard. So we're not seeing the first true like mouth guards or you could call it basically what it is it's a collared rain guard of a type where it
Okay.
goes over the mouth of the scabbard to keep things from getting into the scabbard. Um, it's not a true one, but you start seeing a little bit of this with the shape of the sword. And this has always been kind of true. If you look at some of the old gladii with their wood hilts, you'll see some have a slight depression in the way they're made at the top, so that way it just ever so slightly overlaps the top of the scabbard. So it's pretty actually not a new idea. Um, then in the late seventh, early eighth century, if we go over into Central Asia, we see these early, very U-shaped guards that overlap the mouth of the scabbard in Panjikent, so in Sogdia. And these are transmitted, it seems, west at some point in the 8th century, and we start seeing them in Umayyad silver dishes from the period. And by that point, they've also had the cross guard, sort of the traditional I don't want to call it a true cross guard because it's not to that point yet, but they have a kind of a guard added to them, and they look a lot like the Garabonk type, the Cherkasy, Garabonk, etc. finds that we know as a type of Byzantine sword. So that suggests that this type originated in Sogdia and spread west through Iran in the Umayyad and Abbasid periods, and was adopted by the Romans definitely during the early ninth century because it starts appearing in late ninth century manuscripts. So, it was probably well known during the very end of the iconoclast period. Um, and some of the dates of the finds in the steppe finds would suggest it was already in that region in the early ninth century. So, that's that starts to be the introduction of these Byzantine Mediterranean type swords. Um, and they all start to branch off of that for the most part. There's a couple there's a couple which appear to be uniquely Byzantine. I actually think it's two now, and this is because I've seen another sword that has been found similar to the sword from Sfântu George, that is from a Byzantine context and suggests to me that the Sfântu George type sword from Romania is possibly, and there's also like an artistic depiction that reminds me of it, possibly a Byzantine export.
Yeah.
So I think that's a ninth century sword. That is a very early one of the earliest ones to emerge. You've also got the swords of the type from Pliska, of a type from Cherson. These are all slight variations on the Garabog. Some will have like shorter U-shaped quillons. Some have like they've taken like the guard of the Garabog, but started introducing the sort of just semi the quasi ovoid just standard collar mouth guard um that we'll later see on really what is sort of the defining Byzantine type of sword, which is the Garabog type, or sorry, which is the Galovo type. Um, and that I because of its context, where it's been found, where these swords have been found, their depictions in manuscripts, the Menelagion and other 11th, even some early 12th century art um, suggests to me that this style, and also in West European art, it pops up once or twice, associated with either possibly like northern Spain, Islamic people, but also like the context, it's because it's an apocalypse, suggests that it's meant to represent possibly Byzantines, um, possibly Romans. Um, Everything suggests to me that this style is distinctly a Byzantine invention.
Okay.
and it's characteristic of them, and then other people copy it from them, rather than like the Garabong type, which was introduced from the Islamic world. The Byzantines started producing their own versions of this style. Um, I think the Serche Limani type, which is also a type known from a 13th to early 14th century Ayyubid sword, Ayyubid or Mamluk sword from Topkapi. I believe it's in the collection of Topkapi. Um, that is also a very long-lived style that develops directly from the Garabonk type. I can't definitively tell you whether or not it's an Islamic or Byzantine style based on the available evidence, but because it pops up in some warrior saint frescoes and I'm not aware of it in anywhere else, I do want to say it's like a uniquely Anatolian Byzantine style as well. So that would be your third. Um, and that, of course, the Islamic world starts copying. Um, Eventually, they start taking West European blades and putting the collar, the collared mouthguard on them. So we have a couple examples of this. One is from Pernik, where a helmet was also found, and then the other is housed in the Regional Museum of Rusey, which is a very nice example. Just picking up. So there's the Pernik sword, of course, and then there's the sword in the Rusey Regional Museum, which also has a collar on the blade. Um, that one is also a very nice example. There's some new research about it. I can't share the new research publicly, of course, but when it is eventually published, that will spark some interesting conversations, hopefully about Byzantine swords in the 12th and 13th centuries as well. And then, of course, you've also got Erikos Maniotis, um, his paper on the sword in the Kunsthistorischen Museum in Vienna, which has that pyramidal pommel. So spherical oakshot type R pommels have been associated with Byzantine swords for a while. I had an extensive conversation with some of my friends who are experts in West European blades, and we actually all agreed that they're probably like a provincial style from southern France and northern Spain, the spherical pommels. There's one or two places it seems are manufacturing them in that region. But the Erikos Maniotis identified these pyramidal pommels that don't have any analog in any other culture or sword. That might, but they do pop up on a couple 13th through 14th century warrior saint frescoes. So it's possible that this may also be a signature of swords at least hilted in the Byzantine world. Maybe not the blade manufactured there, but we know Constantinople is still producing helmets, mail, and possibly it could include swords into the middle of the 14th century. So, um, that's your basic rundown of the Byzantine sword and Byzantine styles of sword. There's a lot of different variations. There's only a couple that are definitively Byzantine as broad style, but most of these styles are part of like a larger Mediterranean tradition of swords versus the Northwest European tradition of swords. And what makes them Byzantine is often more how they're decorated than the actual like shape of the hilt necessarily in some cases. And the same for in the other way around where they have Islamic inscriptions, but the shape of the hilt, the Galovo type, is a Byzantine style. So we know that they're emulating the Byzantine style, or maybe they've taken something that was manufactured and then put an inscription on it and silvered it and everything like that.
Okay, fair enough. And we see that this type of sword kind of begins getting phased out anyway. So the swords become more westernized, essentially. I don't know, Latinized might be a specific
Yeah,
term. Yeah.
yeah,
Okay.
that's a good term. So yeah, Latin swords, like I said, they really start popping up in the middle of the 11th century, and they completely take over by probably the end of the 12th century, and it's the fighting is changing. The way in which people are fighting is changing. In the 13th century, you do have the emergence of the first fencing systems, by the late 13th century. Um, they don't really exist before then, but fighting is getting slowly more and more complex as they figure out, hey, you can make these long quillons, and that protects your hand and allows you to use the sword in new and different ways. Um, so and different blade shapes mean these new blade shapes mean that, like, it's more useful for this new style of fighting. Um, so I think that's what's mostly going on there. That because warfare on horseback, but also for infantry, you can't do a ton in formation when it comes to like fencing because there's just not enough room. You've got like 3 feet of space. Um, and all of the later like 17th, 18th century military fencing authors talk about how any soldier like in a battle line only needs to know like two or three things, and that's mostly it. Um, because you just don't have the space to do much more. Um, but like on horseback, you do have a lot more space. So you do see this. That's probably where this knightly fighting, if we can call it that, is developing. As well as you do have tournaments. Tournaments are being hosted in the Hippodrome, as early as Alexios Komnenos. Um, and then obviously during the Latin period, you have them extensively hosted in the Hippodrome. Um, so yeah, you have a new style of fighting, new ways of using the sword, and that's probably why these large broadswords become less common. They don't go away, but the Middle Byzantine blades are mostly still larger, broader blades, kind of like the Osterberg and Camathan. There's some evidence from later texts which talk about is fighting in the Islamic world, that these broad blades are very good for cutting through fabric armors. So that's a hypothesis of why these blades were so commonly in use in that part of the world. It is an area where fabric and organic armors are extensively in use, um, including in the Byzantine army. So I think that's the answer for why we see the Byzantine sword kind of disappear. Not completely, but you know, uh, for the most part, by the late 13th century, by the early 13th century.
Yes, and I think we had this conversation. Is I think the manufacturers or armorers in Constantinople and Thessaloniki, like when the Normans take Thessaloniki, all the blacksmiths are being dragged off to wherever,
Hmm.
and the same goes for Constantinople as well. And that's skilled men you can't really get back once you lose
Yeah.
them.
So yeah, we did have this conversation last time.
Yeah.
So I talked a bit about in my master's thesis, and I looked at what happened with the sack of Thebes and its silk industry in 1138. And they dragged off, and this is mostly actually a Jewish population that's doing a lot of this production and dyeing of brocade silks, and mostly female, and they drag them off into Sicily, and suddenly Sicily is now like the new home of all of these gorgeous brocade silks of the 12th and 13th centuries, and then it quickly spreads into northern Italy, where you have other manufacturing centers pop up, and then you have the beautiful Italian silks of the 13th, 14th, 15th centuries, um, silks and velvets and the like. Um, And it seems very likely that this is what happened to the arms manufacturing of the Roman Empire, because it makes sense. These are people you don't want to kill. You don't want to kill the blacksmith who has a tradition of generations of handing down his techniques of craftsmanship through his family, and has this incredibly valuable skill of being able to shape and produce armor and weapons out of iron. So these are people and equipment, very expensive and valuable equipment, because of what it's made of and the techniques and expertise required to use it. Um, that can all be picked up and moved off to where the Crusaders are coming from when they sack Constantinople in 1204, and of course the Normans in 1185 with Thessaloniki. Which is they can take it all back to Italy for the most part, Italy and France, and suddenly in the 13th century, you see the explosion of armor technology in Italy and France, where this new knowledge is all coming in. You see new terms for armor, like clevain, which is a French word, probably related to the word clevanion, for lamellar armor, and it both mean a nailed armor, basically. Um, so like there's the real possibility, which is what I presented at Ioannina last year, that the Byzantine lamellar armor was the inspiration or influence that led to the development of the code of plates, which is called a clavane in French sources early on. And it's called a lamerie in Italian sources, but that's that we can't connect that term to the word lamellar really. Um, but it makes sense that like they take these populations and then suddenly just like in with fashion, you now have with armor fashion all these new styles and innovations suddenly coming about. As these techniques and all of these tools and craftsmen are introduced to the Italian region and other regions around Italy that are innovating.
No, fair enough. Cool. So going on from arms to armor, we covered swords. So it would be interesting to see what the developments in armor is, because you start off in the late antiquity, but going earlier, and then by the end of it, by the end in the siege of Constantinople, you have Western imported armor. So
Mhm.
it, you know, Hungarian or whatever, Italian, German, Hungarian, whatever. So it'll be interesting to see what kind of the changes. So I was wondering if you could give us an outline, an overview of that through time. Though I understand it's quite a long time. The
Yeah, so
narrative.
but we can cover it. I think with an effective we can cover it effectively, I think. So, if we go back to late antiquity, we've got two major styles of armor that still exist in the 4th century. Lorica segmentata hangs around at least into the 280s, 290s, possibly as late as the 330s. Um, but it's at that point it's all armors that are being recycled and reused and handed down. Um, so we have male armor, of course, traditional male byrnie, short sleeves, goes down to the mid thigh or to the knee, usually with splits at the sides. It's built in the same way that they do the Coptic tunic or tunica manicata. Um, that is to say, they make it out of one piece and then fold it in half and create a male armor, just like they create a tunic that way, weaving it all in one piece. Um, and then you have scale armor. Scale armor, we're not 100% sure was made in the same way. There's possibly some scale armors that were made this way, but like the tunica manicata method, but they appear to have retained their own older tradition of manufacture stemming from like the Hellenistic period, where their shaping is different. They do drop the shoulder, like the shoulder doubler and everything, just like mail does. Um, Scale gets increasingly rare by the end of the 4th century. In fact, probably it almost disappears during the 5th century. It's very heavily associated with use by officers. Finds of it from the late 4th and 5th, especially the 5th century, are very rare. I know of only one find from the 5th century, and I found it in an archaeological report on recycled debris in a wall where they had taken the debris from a 5th century layer, so we're pretty sure the scale comes from a 5th century context, in when it was chucked it to fill in a wall. Um, so um, then in the 6th century, you get like this kind of reintroduction of scale in lamellar armor. The Romans had a kind of lamellar armor before it was a rigid lamellar. It's usually called like the carnuntum scale, where it's got these, or it's called locking scale, where it's got these staples that lock the plates together. Very rigid and resilient, but only useful in a few ways because it's very limiting how you can build an armor that way since it's not flexible. And Dr. Martijn Winenhoven's new book on scale armor is coming out at the end of this year. It should bring a ton of new information about Roman scale armors. Again, unfortunately I cannot talk about his new hypotheses, but they will be very revolutionary. Um, and I'm very excited for that work. But my point is that in the sixth century we start seeing this non-rigid lamellar. It's possible it may have been introduced with the Huns in the 5th century. We don't have a ton of evidence for lamellar use by the Huns. It's definitely used by them in the 4th century in Central Asia. We have a couple of plates that have been found, but the Hun material from like Fedorovka and a few other sites are all fragments. Fedorovka is almost a complete mail armor um, from the 5th century that's of Hun origin. Or at least it's believed to be. It hasn't been thoroughly examined yet, but it's associated with the Hun artifacts that are on display there. Um, there is, but you get, particularly with the Avars, the introduction of a hanging lamellar where you have the rows of plates and then you have the loose leather lacing joining those plates vertically and the tighter leather lacing over with the overlapping plates going horizontally. Um, then that remains in popular use and widespread spread Byzantine manufacture after its adoption for about 100 years. And you start seeing a few variants of it that pop up later. There's gaps in the archaeology, but we do have like some 8th century lamellar plates from Hungary, and we have some 9th century plates. We have some 7th century plates from southern France, and we have some 9th century plates from, I think it's Slovakia. Um, so there are some variations on this Avar style hanging lamellar that have continued to evolve, and they are introduced even into Central Europe. West Europe still a bit questionable. It seems like they may have only used mail armor in West Europe still. But this means in the Byzantine world, though, it probably still in widespread use, even though we have a gap in the evidence. And then we get this riveted lamellar. This is the one everyone knows, the Clevanion. It's got the rivets and the laces together, and each rivet joins the plates to a leather backing, and then the lacing suspends the different laminated leather layers on top of each other vertically. Um, it's a very interesting armor. It's a very I like to think of it as a hybrid armor, just like the scale and mail armor together of the Roman period, Lorica Hamata Squamataque, it's called, also called Lorica Plumata, but that term actually just means scale armor. Um, this is We know plates with rivets appear in the Yenisei Kyrgyz in the 9th century. So we know it exists in the steppe as an idea by the 9th century. Riveted combination riveted and laced lamellar. It probably is introduced over the Caucasus, according to the research of Dr. Sutsumiya and Dr. Dawson, Timothy Dawson. I agree with that for the most part. It's probably introduced either over the Caucasus or maybe over the Pontic and then into the Balkans. And then, sorry, my ear. Um, then the Romans probably took it and made it their own, with the U-shaped plates and with gilding and the way they did the backing. Um, Unfortunately, we're very heavily lacking in finds of it. There are a couple plates that do exist from Veliki Preslav. They date some are from the Church of Moshtik, some are from the Granchan building, and then some are from a monastery across the river, um, near the palace. Um, but we do have a pretty good idea of when they date to, which is about 11, which is about 890 to about 960, just give or take. So we have a pretty solid date range on these plates, from their context and from the buildings they're associated with. And that's right in the range where they first start appearing in Byzantine art. Hosios Lukas is one of the earliest depictions, and from its 10th century mosaic phase, which is 980s or 990s. Um, and these plates are really interesting because they don't do it in the way we expected. Um, on some of the plates, the rivets are solely used to join the copper alloy gilded facing to the iron core, rather than riveting it through the leather backing. On others, the rivets do go through the leather, would have gone through the leather backing behind if it had survived. But all of the context of these plates, none of them are in large numbers. They all seem to be plates that were used either decoratively or to repair a regular laced lamellar armor, because the full armors, for the most part, survive, although the arrangement of plates is not currently well understood. They all had between two to nine different plate shapes within each armor, plate shapes and hole patterns. Just like with the earlier Avar armors, they're not all the same. They're not all the exact same plate. They're actually different shapes and hole patterns. That way, you get a much more fitted armor than most reenactors' production reproductions. And I think ultimately the genius of the Byzantine lamellar armor comes from two different ways. One is obviously in the fitting, the leather strips. Um, this allows, I think they actually were using rawhide rather than leather. We see rawhide as a backing for scale armor at Dura Europos, for example, in the 3rd century. It's more resistant to weapons than treated leather is. So I think that's what they were actually riveting it to. And that can be shaped in warm water. So you can shape the armor with the lamellar plates on it, rivet the lamellar plates on it, and then lace it together. And it would fit the body better than most modern reenactors' reconstructions. Um, the other aspect of it is I think it's a problem that, going back to the idea of did the coat of plates come from the Clivanion, comes to. Because it's not the only kind of armor that seems to emerge, possibly may have even been invented in the Byzantine world. Um, the earliest hidden lacing lamellar plates we know of are from the fortress of Ras in Serbia, the former capital of the First Serbian Kingdom, from the destruction layer associated with the 1146 revolt. So the armor probably belongs to the Byzantine garrison that was killed there. Um, and these are hidden lacing. The shape of the plates has a section that overlaps the lacing of the plate next to it. So if you hit it with a sword, you can't cut the lacing. And then, of course, you have the Great Palace plates, which have this large, thick central median ridge, and it's almost like a kind of almost like a roof tile shape. Like terracotta tiles have the flat, and then they have the middle ridge, and then they're flat again, and they overlap, and that creates that terracotta shape. Um, it's kind of like that. And that's an old idea. If you go back to the Masada fortress, there's scales there with large median ridges, presumably to keep them from cutting any kind of lacing that was holding the scale to the backing, because scale needs the backing. Lamellar doesn't necessarily need a backing. Um, I think they were solutions all to the same idea. The riveting reduces the chances of that plate and that armor falling apart, since it's riveted to the the rawhide strip, as I say. Um, I think the hidden lacing and then the Great Palace lamellar, these are all innovative solutions to the same problem, which is the lacing gets cut when you use this armor. So how do we make an armor that's just more durable, but still just as easy to repair? Um, and then ultimately that, I think, leads to the solution that is the coat of plates, where they just use only rivets and the large plates. Um, Obviously, the other two types of armor in use, we do have scales from the Middle Byzantine period. They are larger than Roman scale armor. The surviving lamellar plates are actually very small. Um, the riveted lamellar, they are about the same size as some Roman scales, so they are tiny, which is shocking but very interesting. Um, but the surviving scales from like Cleso and we have laced lamellars or scale. We're not sure which type because the whole pattern isn't complete. From the Byzantine fortress of Kherson from the late 10th to 11th century. We also have multiple male armors. So we have the Kherson male armor, which is nearly complete. About we have enough like the way it's shaped is like kind of an L shape in the fragment that survives, so we get like one sleeve and then the bottom of it, and we can figure out the rest of it from that. So it's like half the armor really that survives. And then fragments of multiple other fragments of other multiple male armors that were at that fortress but aren't anywhere near complete. And then we have the Mihailovo armor, which is more well known. It's usually called Stara Zagora armor. It's actually a silvered brass, so
Yeah.
we know that brass or bronze was still in use as an armor, and probably because it's easily silvered or gilded is why. Um, but the links are tiny. They are like 3 millimeter internal diameter, which is about the same you find on classical Roman Lorica plumata, the hybrid armor, the Hamata squamataque. Um, and that armor is believed to be a very fine, very gorgeous Byzantine manufactured male armor. Um, Probably of the quality that you would expect Emma from Harold Hardrada's saga to be.
Mm.
So this would have been for someone of exceptionally either a gift, if it was someone who couldn't have afforded it, obviously, or someone who of exceptionally high rank in the army. Um, when you get into the 13th century with the Latins, you start seeing the introduction of new armors. Some of this we know from the handful of accurate depictions in Byzantine art. So, for example, we do have a curie on the woodcut icon of Saint Demetrios, which is a fusion Orthodox and Western style woodcut from the middle of the 13th century. And he does appear to wear a leather cuirass, or what we might call a cure bully. People will say it's actually not boiled leather. Again, it's worked in warm water, but it's not boiled leather. Um, then we have, of course, the BNF Gallica Greek 135, which is a 1362 manuscript made in Mistras. It's probably I think it was probably illuminated by a Latin, though. Um, it's a very unusual illumination style, especially for an Orthodox manuscript. And it shows Latin arms and armor. They're wearing mail. They're wearing bassinets with visors. They're wearing coats of plates. They have crossbows. It's very unusual for any kind of Byzantine manuscript. So it's a much more realistic portrayal of the kinds of arms and armor that were in use in the Balkans in the 1360s. And then we have some Orthodox depictions of arms and armor. Again, I mentioned the fresco of St. Mercurius from Orid, where we see a kettle helmet. There's a couple of others that appear to show like contemporary kettle helmets, like it's a depiction of the Battle of Milvian Bridge from, I believe, 1312. So it's like from the 1000th anniversary of that battle, basically. Um, and it shows all the Romans have mail armor, they have kettle helmets, and they have crossbows.
Yeah.
Crossbows and then contemporary Latin pole arms and swords and shields. Nothing like stereotypically Orthodox armor on the soldiers. You do see it on the angels, um, which is interesting. There's a couple of others. There's not Stera Negortino. It's a different church. I'm blanking on the name of the church, but I believe it's in Eastern Serbia, and it shows the Kumans actually. It shows their arms and armor. So we see the sort of Oz the I'm blanking on the name, but it's the it's the like the four panel helmets with the big, and it's got the little face on it.
Yes.
Um, yeah, I you know what I'm talking about. There's one from Bulgaria that's commonly attributed to as Byzantine. Um, and it shows these helmets and contemporary Kuman equipment. So it's probably reflecting like one of the Kuman invasions of the Balkans in the 1330s, one of the last ones. Um, so it's not Byzantine equipment, but it is interesting for its realism. Um, Obviously, when we get into the 15th century, there's not a lot of depictions. There's a couple from Crete which are very good, that show full West European plate armor in Orthodox art, but that's because this is a fusion at that time. Crete is Venetian controlled. It's still under very heavy Latin influence. And these are on background characters, so it's not like an icon with the composition of the icon being disrupted. So it is unusual but useful information. And this particular fresco probably dates to the 1410s, which tells us that Italian export armor is definitely being used in the Aegean in the 1400s, 1410s, judging by the style and the type of the armor depicted. There's a couple churches in southern Greece which do show in scenes of the betrayal. You do occasionally see, like at Rusticae, we see bassinets or bassinet barbutes, the Chalkis style ones, and kettle helmets on this fresco of the betrayal there. Um, and then, of course, we have the actual armor from Hagia Irene, the Imperial Ottoman Arsenal. Some of those pieces, the type of armor they are, would date early enough that they may have been possibly captured in 1453. So again, these are more of the Chalkis style bassinet barbutes. There's a couple of kettle helmets that would have been from that period as well. They're similar to the helmet from Bad Kreuznach or the Charles VI kettle helmet from 1411. Um, so these are probably, and then like the pieces of body armor, unfortunately, are not well photographed, but there's probably some body armor and limb armor that would also be appropriate for the 1453 capture in the back rooms of that museum somewhere. I know one person who managed to get into one of the rooms via bribe, and they have like 800 male shirts hanging like it's on coat hangers, like, like your suit.
Yeah.
Um, yeah, it's an insane amount of material they have at the military museum. So that's the Axary Museum, I believe it is, not the Topkapi Palace Museum. Um, and then, of course, we have some equipment from some other sites and like some castles in Serbia. We have the equipment found near Varna, which is probably related to the Battle of Varna. All of this is Western equipment as well. The evidence for Byzantine production does remain. For example, there is a letter from 1218 which mentions a kazakan, so a fabric-covered male armor called a kazagand or a jazarant. Um, we know there is a will from, I believe it's 1323 or 1328, of Theodore something or other. But he mentions his helmet and his mail armor were made in Constantinople. Now, could they have been made in the Latin quarter of Constantinople? That's possible. But it's also possible that Constantinople, and I think it's likely that Constantinople was still doing some degree of arms and armor production, which is where these native styles, like the so-called Greek kettle helmet, it's actually kind of a broader East European style, but it is accurately associated with production in Constantinople. The one in the Kremlin armory, attributed to Alexander, what is it? Alexander something or other.
Okay.
Um, I'm blanking on it all of a sudden. I apologize.
That's okay.
But the one in the Kremlin Armory it has Orthodox inscriptions in Greek. It probably was made in Constantinople.
Okay.
It is very unlikely it would have been made in Kiev because we have other ones that are associated with his father that have Cyrillic and not what's the other one? Not Cyrillic, but dra- uh Glagolithic, I think it is,
Okay.
inscriptions. Um, so we know those were probably made in somewhere like Kiev or maybe in the Krasnodar region or something like that. So that's sort of your rundown of Byzantine arms and armor for 1,000 years. It's a lot, I know. So, just any follow-up clarification details. Oh, helmets. That's the one thing I missed. Um, so the helmet. Obviously, we have the late Roman ridge helmet. And then in the middle of the 5th century, we start to see the introduction probably of the Spangen helm. The late Roman ridge helmet probably dies out in that time period. Gothic and steppe armors are coming into the arms manufacturing centers. Then we get the Baldenheim type, and then the Sveti Vid type band helm, and then also the sort of the Leiden or Novi fortress type Spangen helms as well, alongside with the very beautiful gilded Baldenheims. Um, you also have lamellar helmets introduced in that period. Those stay in use for quite some time. There's possibly even a depiction of a lamellar helmet from the 11th century in Sicily, I know of,
Okay.
which is really interesting. And I don't know if it's copied from like a 6th century mosaic or if it's evidence of contemporary use. Lamellar helmets are still used in some parts of the Inner Asian Islamic world at that time. Um, then there's another gap, and then we get our first, our only finds from Branicevo in Syria, which are pseudo-Phrygian helmets made in a single piece with that classic Phrygian hat shape and a nasal, related to the West European forms we often see in Norman art. But these are distinctly of Byzantine manufacture. Others have said they are probably Latin, but that's unlikely because the method in which they use to suspend the mail is a method known of helmets in the Caucasus, which suggests these are Anatolian or maybe Constantinople manufacture helmets, I think. Um, the same can be said with the helmet from Pernik. The method of attachment of the nasal is known from other helmets of the later Islamic period related to turban helmets. And recent research presented at Romek, so I can share a little bit of it at least, suggests that actually the Pernik helmet may date much later than its traditional date. It's traditionally dated to the 1180s or 1190s, but new finds published by Adam Kubik of helmets from collections in Russia, Soviet era, and then found also recently found in the Caucasus could suggest that it may date in fact to the late 14th century, which is really interesting that pseudo-Phrygian helmets lasted that long and aren't just an orientalizing trope in Western art.
Okay.
Um, that's yeah, that's really interesting. It's possible that the black mound or four plate helmets may have been in Byzantine use. We don't have direct evidence. We have one fragment of one from Pliska, which tells us they were in First Bulgarian Empire use. And we have several that have been found now, which I predicted in my master's thesis that we would find these, because I noticed a feature in the Geruchi Four Gospels, which looked like a black mound helmet. Um, these have been excavated and found now in Georgia. So
Yeah.
we know they're in use in the Caucasus, which is near where we think they're being manufactured in the Krasnodar region. So that makes a lot of sense, really. Um, then from there you get, of course, into the late West European style helmets. Raphael Diamato and a few other scholars, David Nicole, has have thought that maybe kettle helmets were a Byzantine invention based on some 11th century manuscripts. I personally believe and argue for my master's thesis that these manuscripts were actually illuminated later in the 13th century, so separate from their date of writing. Um, Rolled brims have been known on helmets for a very long time. There are early Bronze Age, not Bronze Age, sorry, Iron Age bronze helmets, which have large brims or rolled brims that are similar to kettle helmets, but there's a big gap, obviously. And then you see the helmet from Yarm, which is probably 8th century, that has a slight roll or flange of the brim, kind of invokes the idea of a kettle helmet as the kind of thing that could potentially be exaggerated in art. Um, but it seems they developed possibly as a French or English invention in the 1160s to 1180s is what I think with the kettle helmet. And then our earliest find of a kettle helmet though is from Cyprus. It's from Sarandic Colonus Fortress.
Okay.
Um, I have had a friend actually point out that it does look a lot like a very badly mangled black sallet, like from the 1470s. So I would like to get my hands on it and see if the understand the actual archaeological notes, which I don't have a copy of, unfortunately. I got some of them from the museum contacting them, but to determine, make sure that it's like, okay, this actually is the early 13th century layer that it was found in, because it's supposed to date from 1222 with the Crusader destruction of the fortress. Um, and it's not actually a 15th century helmet that was found alongside these other objects from some kind of disturbance, right? Um, and then we have the West European, of course, kettle helmets that pop up after that. Wilnsdorf, Marzelband, Plemietta, um, Bad Kreuznach, I mentioned earlier, Charles VI, I mentioned earlier. And then there's the helmet in Hagia Irene that's like the Charles VI helmet. It was probably in Byzantine use at some point, assuming it's from the capture of the city. Um, Bassinets do come into use. Bassinet barbutes do come into use. We do see them in art. Those developed in the early 1300s, replacing conical helmets. It's possible some kind of turban helmets were in use. Some of them date very early. The second helmet of the two helmets from Istanbul, they're called the Istanbul helmets, appears to be an early 13th century helmet that was heavily modified and updated later. We could tell because the decorative brow with its cutouts are offset to the precise center line of the face.
Okay.
So it appears to have been a modification. Um, so it's possible something like that was still in Byzantine use much later. Um, but that gets into pretty much the end of it. The material from Chalkis and Agia Irene, that's sallets and great bassinets, mostly seem to be later examples. There's a proto great bassinet from Agia Napa in Cyprus. Unfortunately, it was very heavily damaged by a recent restoration. Air quotes big time on that. Um, but it's one of our only examples of a transitional great bassinet, probably from I date it to the 1380s. Um, so it's a very fascinating piece. Um, but so yeah, that's Byzantine helmets. Limb armor is also very interesting. We know splinted limb armor is in use from the 7th to the early ninth centuries. There are references to greaves, to splinted armor in the later manuals, but it's possible they could be copying from the Strategicon in those cases. The evidence from Western manuscripts, Byzantine art of the late 10th and early 11th century, and one find from Kielchevka catacombs in Bulgaria suggests that splinted armor was replaced by mail chasses in the early ninth century onwards.
Okay.
So we think that the references to leg armor probably refer to mail chasses. The best example of this in Byzantine art probably is the 11th century Karen Lick Kilise fresco. Um, and then, can we rule out that splinted armor or bazu bands or like larger single or multi-part greaves were still in use? We can't. We just don't have the archaeology to support that it was right now. So until better finds emerge, I would just, if I was a reenactor, I would tend to avoid such things.
Okay, fair enough. So I think we have two more questions left. So the first one is about shields. Now I want to bring this up, and I'm not expecting an outline because we've been here for a long time. Is that from our last conversation there were a couple of interesting points. The first one is that rectangular shields existed a lot further than we like to think.
Yep.
And the second is that there may have been some influence on the strapped oval shields and rectangular shields that we see in the late medieval period. So I was
Yeah.
wondering if you could
So
kind of go into that.
yeah. So ovoid shields remain in use for a long time. We see them, for example, in the 883 homilies of Gregory of Nazianzus, but we also see the first Garabonk type spathas in Byzantine art. Um, so they are still in use in the late ninth century, the classic late Roman oval shield. Rectangular shields are very interesting. We also see them in the homilies of Gregory of Nazianzus, used by the Persians. This kind of matches the description of, Syrian Islamic archers using large shields in their raids. in the on skirmishing manuscript. Um, the rectangular shields are in Roman art in the fourth century. At Castellum Tingitanium, we see a bossed rectangular shield still in use in a hunting scene. Um, the fact we still see them in a ninth century manuscript suggests that they had continued in use in some of these regions, maybe where large trees are not super common, so you can't really build planked shields, but you can really easily still continue this tradition of building laminate strip rectangular shields out of two to
Interesting.
three layers of laminated ply. Um, we see a similar thing with some of the Slavic shields. The Lenzen shield is actually manufactured kind of like that. It's like two layers of laminate ply in the center, and then it's this almost wicker-like weave of reeds around that core.
Yes, yes.
And that's an ovoid shield, a Slavic ovoid shield. Sorry, my
That's
ear.
okay.
Um, and then finally, um, it seems in the 10th century we do have the development and introduction of the teardrop-shaped kite shield. Um, I tend to go with the hypothesis that this came directly out of the ovoid shield. They figured out just, if you narrow that bottom part protecting near the foot, it makes it more maneuverable and useful on cavalry, and that just translates to being more maneuverable and useful for infantry as well. Um, we start seeing strapping systems rather than single point grips. So the classic boss and bar, shield bar on the other side gets replaced with the 2 point, what we call a chiasma grip. I've seen it called that. I've really never come across an actual literary source using that word though. So I'm curious where it comes from. It might come from a Hellenistic term,
Okay.
or a Hellenistic source, I want to say. Um, but that 2 point grip, where you can either grip both of the straps at once, or you can have the strap in one hand and then the other going across the arm. Uh, Same method used in Hellenistic shields for the so-called um, not hypaspis, but the smaller version of the aspis. There is a specific word for it.
Peltast?
Um, no,
Peltast?
yeah, they are called a pelta. Yeah, they are called a pelte. Yes, that is correct.
Yeah.
But there is also a word like aspidion or something where it means like little aspis.
Okay.
But I think it's a composite word um, that's used for those. Um, but that's what we see on the earliest knight shields, and then of course on the Byzantine circular shields of that period. So the boss and then the crossbar grip has been dropped. Um, And then we start seeing like these more complicated strapping suspensions in West European art, especially. And one of the first places we see this is, other than early manuscript depictions of teardrop-shaped kite shields from France and North Italy and Germany from the 11th century, we also see on the Aachen Situla, we see one of our first depictions of an ovoid shield that has a strapping system like this, which suggests it's related to the late medieval Italian ovoid shields called a tabulaccio. So it seems that the ovoid shield of late antiquity directly evolved into the ovoid shield of the high and late Middle Ages, with its complicated strapping system and its lack of a central boss, those being just dropped off. Um, Similarly, we do see Pavis like tabulaccio. So the term for a rectangular shield used by infantry rather than like the large fixed pavises that were used in sieges is also tabulaccio. They have similar strapping systems. We see a couple examples of these in Italian art. Some of it is a little bit archaicizing, so they're questionable. But others, like we have a sgraffito on a plate from Cyprus, which shows a shield with like a central ridge, like like a central rectangular shaped ridge. And it is rectangular in profile as well. from the 13th century from Latin-controlled Cyprus, which could very well be directly related to the rectangular shields that had come down from classical antiquity and were still in use in the Arabic world, and possibly also the Byzantine world. So that's there are some direct continuity in shields as well as the innovation. Of course, the flat top kite, I personally don't think that was a Byzantine invention. It seems to first emerge in possibly France or Italy. It's hard to say with available evidence, but the Byzantines do quickly take it up. Flat top kites get shorter as they go to heater shields for cavalry, as armor gets more advanced, and you don't necessarily need as much protection from the shield, especially as plate armor comes in. We do occasionally see heater shields and smaller Tarja-like shields, uh, called Kairos so hand Skutarion in Byzantine art. Um, they're not common, but we do see them. More so heaters. Um, in the 14th century. So there's quite a variety of adoption of Latin styles of shields in the Byzantine world. I've yet to see like a bush, the one with the cutout for jousting.
Ah,
I have
yes.
not yet seen one in Byzantine art. I think there's one in Serbian art though, which
Okay.
so they do appear to be around in the Balkans. So yeah, that's more or less the evolution of shields. I would definitely attribute the invention of the kite shield. It first appears in a Byzantine text, the Siloge Tacticon. That's our earliest evidence for one. However, I don't know if I want to necessarily say it's a Byzantine invention without further archaeology or information. It's the kind of thing that very well could have been invented on the steppes and then adopted by the Romans. So, but it's possible it was.
Okay, fair enough. And I think final question is, so in history we have examples of painted armor. So this is over leather, which we see in like the Middle East, but also over metal armor. So we have a late medieval sale which has a dragon's head on it. Another
Hmm.
one has a human face on it. Very artistic and very perceptive of its time because it's very realistic. I know we've been here for a while, so I don't expect an extensive answer at all. And this is the final question, I assure you. So in this context, do we have evidence of colored armor or painted armor, at least in the Byzantine world?
Yeah, so I think we do.
Okay.
I don't think it was common. So the Roman military manuals and other sources like Josephus and a few others in classical Roman period, and then the Byzantine manuals do reiterate this, copying from earlier ones, but it was a continuous cultural tradition. They emphasize the polishing of armor. So, unlike in ancient Greece, where you do see a lot of colored armor, especially like obviously the linen on leather armors, the spolas or the linx thoreos, or thorax lineos. Yeah. Um, you also see the painting of helmets, like in the Tomb of Vergina, where you see the painted helmets above on the mural fresco above the entrance, and there's a couple of finds I think that even have traces of surviving paint, and then of course you have the blued bronze. They would blue the bronze rather than paint it in order to get that color, just like you can blue iron with some of the late medieval colored armors. Um, the Romans didn't seem to adopt that. They seem to have their own tradition of polishing armor to a high sheen, so that way the bronze or the brass looked like gold and the iron looked like silver. Very intimidating, different kind of psychological tactic, but still very effective. Um, so that tradition seems to be the majority of Byzantine arms and armor. However, we do occasionally see, like for example, the 12th century Octatuic housed in the Vatican I mentioned, um, some of the helmets in it are red.
Okay.
And while there is a later manuscript tradition you see in the 13th and 14th century, like in the the Trebizond Romance of Alexander, um, where there's like an intentional use of green, red, and blue to
Yes.
contrast different parts of their dress and the illumination. It's not representative of their actual real world color because it's for the style. It's a tradition of the style of manuscript illumination. With this, I think it's more like in Islamic manuscripts where you see red striping on lamellar armor or on a helmet or a red helmet, where it is red painted, possibly leather covered wood helmets or rawhide lamellar. So we do have finds, as you are well aware, from Damascus and
Yes.
from Kalat Rabbah in Syria, of wood covered and shaped and formed leather helmets and also leather lamellar armor or laminar armor. I think there are some leather laminar plates,
Yes, there are.
but I know there is the laminar. Um, there's one possible depiction of like something, some kind of laminar from an Orthodox icon from the 1290s in Greece. So, it's possible something like that could be used. We know from the Islamic text from Spain on how to make leather armor. Um, there was the way they did it with camel's milk, which is how they made the shields, the usually called a darga.
Yeah.
Um, uh, Petra or cetra is the Latin word. It's an ancient tradition. It goes back all the way to the Punic Wars and even before, probably. And then you have another method they mentioned where they would take all the filings and scrap leather and mash it and basically like refine it and mash it and make leather armor out of it with like by combining it with glue. And then they would also combine metal shavings into it to make it look like it was iron or gold, even though it was actually made of metal. So it could be something like that, even in that particular depiction. Um, so I think there is some evidence for possible painting of leather helmets, definitely. If we look at the Armenian and Syrian Islamic manuscripts, you do see the alternating gold and red bands on some of the lamellar armors in them from the 1260s and from around that time. Um, so it's possible that kind of thing could have been used in Anatolia. They're not in any Byzantine depictions I know of, but I wouldn't rule it out as possible. It's just one of those things where, if I was going to go with, it's Byzantine reenactment is like, if I'm lucky, me and another guy. So I wouldn't want to have someone portray anything unusual just because there's so few of us.
Okay, fair
Um,
enough.
but it's the kind of thing that you could definitely talk about and expand on, with a conversation with someone educationally. Um, Late medieval armor, we don't really know. I would say the evidence definitely points towards the use, of course, of what we call a coat of plates or corazzina. Brigadine is a little bit of a later term, ref best used to really describe stuff from like the late 15th century. These are obviously fabric covered, so they are often covered with very nice silks or velvets from Italy. Um, we don't we see a lot of painting of armor in Spain, for example, in the 13th and 14th century. We see it in artwork that suggests that they painted their metal armor. I'm not aware of any tests for paint on the surviving finds that have been like recently excavated from Catalonia, but that would be very interesting to see if there was any evidence of it. Um, Not aware of any painting of armor like that in the Balkans world. It's likely that they used surcoats. There's I believe it's the 1435 Bulgarian. I want to say it's a copy of the Iliad, actually. Um, where it depicts like a jousting scene between what appears to be an Ottoman and a Greek, and the one is in full white, shiny plate armor, and the other is also wearing armor, but he's wearing a caftan over it,
Okay.
loose, so you can see the armor underneath. So, it seems likely that they wore garments over plate armor, um, but just because of the current lack of examples of depictions of that, and of course any kind of in the ground evidence. I think it's hard to say what kind was worn over it. But we do have a Venetian version of I can't remember if it's an Alexander romance or if it's another Venetian romance, but it's in Greece. It's in Greek. It's a Greek translation of a Venetian romance, and it talks about like it does mention different parts of like European plate armor, like the gauntlets and like the elbow coat, the coaters, right? It uses a Greek term for them, but it mentions gilding and silvering.
Okay.
So we know that there is gilding and silvering of European plate armor going on, at least in the form of exports, maybe in the Balkans. Hard to say, obviously, if they're producing armor or not in the Balkans. Um, so I do think that yes, I think painted armor was used. I think rawhide was even used for armor. We do have definitive evidence for horn from Bulgaria, from Veliki Tarnovo. There are horned lamellar plates. Um, a hypothesis I have is that because some of the sources, particularly the naval treatise of Syrianos Magister, um, which dates the same time as the his 880s manuscript on military manual on land warfare, um, it's one of the treatises. It's copied over in Leo's Tactica as well. It mentions half armors, half clevania. We do have one example of a half lamellar from the 6th century from Cranj. It opened at the back. So we don't necessarily know if this refers to armors that just go around to the back of the shoulder and then leave an opening. But one of my hypotheses is that because of the way it's built with strips, what you would have to do probably is you'd have a second half on the back because it usually opens at the side. And then those rawhide strips on the back could be unarmored, which makes a lot of sense. You can then build the armor as you get more money, and then just modify the existing rawhide strips with the lamellar plates.
Okay.
So then you have a full Clevania when you can eventually afford it if you wanted to do that. But they still offer protection with the rawhide, which is not cheap. It's made of cow leather, but it's not expensive. It's not as expensive as iron or let alone like gilded iron as well. So I think it's possible that something like that could have been done as well. We don't have any definitive evidence for that. Of course, it's just a hypothesis, but yeah, it's very interesting what kind of evidence there is for organic and, of course, like the original question said, painted armors in this part of the world.
Okay, fair enough. So, the closing statement, like if you wanted to communicate one thing to people who are interested in arms or armor and want to know, like what is the one thing you'd want to communicate to them about this?
Yeah, so I think the big thing I would communicate is that arms and armor is an intersectional discipline. Um, it's archaeology, it's art history, it's textual analysis. There's a lot of different methodologies that come in. And I think it's important to have a grounding in at least the basics of all of those. If you're a reenactor or if you're an enthusiast and a hobbyist and you want to understand this topic. Arms and armor is not just what it's not just fighting and warfare, it's economics, it's technology, it's society, and this is true of broader military studies as well. So I think it's important to have not just an interest in arms and armor, but an interest in all the things that make arms and armor what they are, especially fashion, because fundamentally arms and armor is viewed as clothing for a very long time. The Romans called a male tunic an iron tunic, tunica ferrea, because they understood it as an iron tunic, which means that understanding and reading and learning about fashion and how fashion trends work and how that can impact decisions made with like how armor was designed and evolved um, matters a lot. You know, they made choices because it was fashionable sometimes and not because it was the most practical option.
Yeah, definitely. I definitely agree. Evan, I've kept you here long enough, and I'm really sorry that I've kept you here long enough. But I want to thank you and everybody who's watching this because this is incredibly useful. I think I would like to thank you as well for this. I know you took time out of your day to sit down with me and talk about this, and obviously we had the first one which didn't work, but it's really appreciated. And yeah, I don't know what else to say. Just thank you very much.
Well, thank you very much for your time. I mean, I enjoyed this conversation greatly, and I hope we can have more conversations in the future, as new stuff comes out or, other questions you have arise. I enjoyed being on your channel, and I always enjoy, helping people learn or develop an interest and, just talk about something that I love so much, which is this part of the world, all this wonderful cultures, their archaeology, and the military history of it, of course, too. But it's more than just that. This is why I'm an academic. There is so much here to explore and learn and understand.
Yeah, definitely. And better you speak about something you like and you enjoy than not having to do that. So, yeah, thank you very much, and hopefully we talk again soon.
Yeah, you have a wonderful day.